Ready when you are, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'd like to call this Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting to order at 10 o'clock on Monday, December 14th, 2020. And I think that's a good thing that we start our council meeting on a day when planning council turns out to be a relatively brief meeting. So we can get some things done on Monday, so we don't pack everything into Tuesday. As I mentioned earlier today, I want to acknowledge that we are on the lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. They continue to care for this land. They continue to shape the Township of Georgian Bay, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today in guiding our decisions and our actions. Miigwech. I'm going to ask my fellow councilors if they're aware of any pecuniary interests they may have or code of conduct conflict with regards to anything that's on our agenda at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised. I don't see Councillor Bochek yet, so hopefully he'll be joining in again shortly. But we'll double check with him when he comes on board. Obviously, in our agenda, the first items are the deputations, and they are scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So we will postpone that item on our agenda for now. And next on our agenda is the consent agenda. And I will try to get us to that shortly. I have a motion in front of me. Be it resolved that moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Bochek has been joined up. Councillor Bochek, I just wanted to check with you whether you had any or aware of any pecuniary interests or code of conduct conflicts that you may have with agenda items today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having technical difficulties here getting to and from agendas and to and from meetings. I do have a conflict, but I don't know if it's in this particular portion. If you could check for me, it's about the renegotiation of a lease for the Remax building in Honey Harbor.
Okay, yes.
If I could.
That is item 9N.
9N.
So if we get to that, we'll confirm that your conflict at that time. I don't know if that'll be today or tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, in front of me right now is moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of December 14th and 15th, 2020, or I say December 14th, as circulated. Councillor Hazelton.
Can we pull item E and have a discussion on it?
At your request, we certainly can.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Rienko.
I'm getting back to that 9N.
Yes.
Remax. It says some kind of report is to be distributed. Have we seen that report?
I saw it as part of the agenda package.
It was
No, I don't have it in my agenda. It's not in my package.
Councilors would have received an email saying that the agenda was updated, and that's what it was updated to include.
I read it as well. It was within the
Okay.
package we got.
Well,
I did get another email on that, but it didn't say there was an updated agenda. I thought it was just a repeat of the previous one, so it wasn't quite clear that it was updated. So I'll have to look for it. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Cooper.
Just for clarification, Mayor Kutzir, thank you. I take it we're discussing and adopting the consent agenda. We're not discussing at the moment adopting the regular agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because I would like to discuss something on the regular agenda.
Well,
Thank
then
you.
I'm going to ask for a pinch of patience. All right. Okay, Council Hazelton, you can determine what is a real pinch. But at this point, I'm having it be it resolved that council adopts consent agenda of December 14th, 2020 as amended to exclude item E. All those in favor? All right, we've made some progress here. Now, item E was pulled, and that's the operations report, Miners Bay parking update. Councillor Hazelton, you had a question in that regard.
Not so much a question, but perhaps an observation. It doesn't need a lot of conversation or discussion, but it's an idea that I would like to put out here. In Honey Harbor, regardless of the fact that we don't know what's going on with the garbage and waste management, there are discussions that may lead to marina operators having waste transfer sites and the marina people taking responsibility for essentially the security or the status of these waste disposal sites. My understanding is Go Home Lake doesn't have any private lands on which waste disposal sites are available. They're on township lands, or in this case, with the recent parking update plan that we saw, that there could be additional M&R lands. But what about changing the whole thought process here and going a different path? So, for example, Miners Bay Marina don't have the land available for a waste transfer site, and they don't have enough parking for the cottagers on the lake. But if the township were to essentially work with M&R and find some available lands that were potentially contiguous with the Miner Bay Marina, and if the township and MNRF were to provide a lease structure on that land such that the parking that took place on that property would generate a revenue stream for Miners Bay Marina, and would also have a lease revenue stream, say, to M&R, so that they felt good about the whole process, and that there was enough land carved out such that there could be a waste transfer site that could in fact then be managed by the marina in a similar manner to how the marinas in Honey Harbor are currently managing their garbage or their waste management. Sounds to me like that could be a win-win-win situation where the residents of Go Home Lake get potentially significant additional parking spaces, where the residents of Go Home Lake have access to a future manned waste transfer site that would be certainly in their interests, and the marina operator has a potential for additional sources of revenue, perhaps some additional responsibility, but certainly additional sources of revenue, and that M&R are compensated for making this additional land available. So I throw that out there because I haven't seen any conversations or discussions of that nature. But when I see what is going on in Honey Harbor and the ideas that people are exploring, it just seems that that idea of finally having private land on which to have a waste transfer site, future waste transfer site, and really solving the parking issue, because what I saw in that report, I'll call that a hiccup of additional parking space versus significant additional parking space. So I got to believe that there are other options that should be considered, and I'm not sure that we've gone that path yet. So those are just my opinions. Thank you.
Okay, I see Councillor Douglas, and I'm sure Mr. Sojak would love to respond to this. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Hazelton, for pulling that item, because I was going to ask for it to be pulled as well. Not for the same reasons, but I will tell you that conversations have already happened with the marina owner in that regard. I think further conversations need to be had with Brad Sokash in the operations department to see where or if that can even happen. The current situation with their access to the marina is not suitable for the traffic flow, more traffic flow. It would entail quite a bit, excuse me, coming in from the back parking lot, the public parking lot, a road to be, there would be quite a bit involved with that. So I'm not quite sure where that's going to go, but I just for your knowledge that there are conversations already happening with that. In regards to the report itself, I do have a question for Brad, if you could please clarify for me. I'm looking at the Miners Bay boat launch parking upgrade plan. I'm not quite sure if he can respond to this, please. I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at here, to be honest with you, because there's an area off to the top left-hand side of this drawing that shows an existing garbage site, I believe. And I'm not sure that, what are we looking at here? Because I don't recall there being anything there. I mean, have we got the right marina here? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Maybe he could just expand a little bit on this drawing, because I'm not really understanding what I'm looking at here as being Miners Bay.
Through the mayor, is that the hatched area, Councillor Douglas?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it to just expand it a little bit here. So up on the top,
sorry,
I was just going to say up on the top left.
Yep.
When I was able to open this in a little bit larger version, which I can't see right now, it shows all the boat slips along the fair lane there, but it also shows, is this the right, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to decipher what this drawing really is, because I don't know where this garbage site is that it shows. Is that a proposed, or what is that?
There aren't boat slips, they're parking spots for vehicles.
Okay. So this is the parking lot, not the, okay. So what is exactly this drawing for us then, the boat launch?
Just to show you a proposed layout for now. I've asked for it to be modified so that we can add some additional spots, particularly down in the bottom left of the drawing.
And so the boat launch you're referring to then is the one that's up by that parking lot area, not the government one down further to the marina.
I don't recall there
boat launch parking area. So it's just a little bit confusing because we have two boat launch areas in that area. Okay. I was thinking that was further down, the bigger one. Okay, that answers the question. Thank you.
Yes, just to confirm, this is an expansion of the existing parking lot, is it?
Yeah.
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Councillor Rienko.
One clarification and then one question for Brad. On the clarification, the Waste Management Committee has already approved a waste depot site at Miners Bay, and that resolution has been approved by council and has gone to the district. And I believe the district has put that decision in their report to the MECP in the November report to them. So I think that's a fait accompli that we're going to be building a waste depot site at the marina parking lot. However, I'm sure the district's still open to other ideas as he moves forward. My question to Brad, you do have the existing waste, the bin sites, the existing bin sites at the parking lot here. Do we know where the new waste depot would be in relationship to this parking lot?
Through the mayor, we have a meeting scheduled, I believe later this week, perhaps it's next week, with the consultant and some staff from the district to discuss where they're looking at going. I've heard some preliminary thoughts, but I don't know how much that may have changed in the past couple months.
I would assume that it would be at the back someplace away from the water, but I'm just assuming that, but there's no indication on this map where it is. So I wouldn't mind seeing an updated parking lot configuration with the supported waste depot site.
Through the mayor, once we've discussed that with the district as well as looked at expanding what's shown on here, we will be bringing this back to council. We're also in discussions right now with the species at risk people regarding what work, if any, will be required for us to do blasting, as there will be some required to expand this parking lot. And we've also just about finished filling out the application to acquire some additional land from the MNR to accommodate an expansion of this parking lot, as well as the turnaround by the government launch.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, I believe I saw your hand. Sorry, Councillor Cooper, I apologize. You guys move on my screen now and then. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, I don't want to drag this out too much, but I just wanted to say that, you know, agreed that we've put something back to the district about this, but I think we're looking at the use of unmanaged or managed bin sites. And when I say managed, they may be supervised by marinas in our overall waste management examination. So this is sort of a one-off, and I think that we need to be considering how to deal with all of these unmanned or maybe will be manned sites rather than doing onesie. So that, and so I also support what Councillor Hazelton's saying. There may be solutions that haven't been examined yet here that could be very useful for all concerned, including getting the marina involved in the process and supervising like we do see at other marinas. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Sokash, I'll try to pronounce your name properly this time. Sorry about that last time. Mr. Sokash, I believe you've received lots of input, and clearly there's encouragement for more conversation to take place. With that, moved by Councillor Rienko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council receives the report regarding Miners Bay parking update for information only. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Next on our agenda, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of December 14th and 15th, 2020 as circulated. I know Councillor Cooper has a comment to make. Thank you for your patience. Was that more than an inch?
That was fine, and thank you. Make sure my speaker's on. Yes, I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank the CAO for bringing forward the issue of committees of council, the Waste Management Committee, terms of reference, etc. I'd like to recommend, however, that given the importance of this subject matter and, you know, an opportunity for council to really give this very careful consideration, that we pull items J and L. I think I've got it correct. Items, no, sorry, K and L, and have them added to a future committee of a whole so that we can examine a variety of different things related to committees, including the mandate, getting better definition on the mandate, the recruitment process, what constitutes a member, the chair, responsibilities of the chair, et cetera, et cetera. There's quite a bit of consideration that I think needs to be given, and I'm not very comfortable with the idea of sort of blasting through this today. So that's why I make that recommendation to have a really fulsome discussion and having the time to do so. So that's my request with regard to the agenda. Thank you.
My response would be that I think we should initiate the conversation today, and depending upon how that conversation goes, we may decide to refer it back to staff for a further meeting with further information. I'd hate to see us just set it aside, but rather I think such as you've provided some input, maybe the rest of us would want to provide some input, and then we'll see how the discussion goes. Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unlike my former councillor Cooper, I'm willing to move ahead with this today. I think it's something that needs to be addressed right away. Many issues involved, many problems are occurring, and it needs to be dealt with on a timely matter. So I move that we go ahead with the conversation today, and if we can't complete it, then we will address it further. But I think for the most part, it can be counted, it can be spoke on today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I don't want to get into the debate of the topic right now, but I do have very what I'll call serious concerns about reviewing the first item K without fulsome discussion, and I'm not sure that we are going to or want to allocate the time given everything else that's on the agenda. But if we are going to discuss it, maybe our procedural bylaw doesn't yet accommodate this, but our procedural bylaw that we are considering has an item that allows us to move an item of discussion into informal discussion so that we can be more open and have a more fulsome discussion. So if it's going to stay on the agenda, I would like to find a path to more open discussion, but my preference would be to actually put it into a committee of the whole structure, which previously I was quite happy to let it go with informal discussion topics, but I think I'm now beginning to see there are important topics that we should be considering and discussing much more in a committee of the whole format, as most of the other councillors have suggested. And I think these two topics definitely warrant that kind of structure. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to continue to suggest that we leave them on the agenda for now, and then when they come up, when we get to them, whether that be today or tomorrow, that discussion, our initial discussion may quite readily lead us down that path. It wouldn't be the first time the topic came up in discussion that we did not finalize on the same day it first came up. So with that, I'm going to suggest that we move ahead by saying, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that Council adopts the regular agenda of December 14th, 15th, 2020 as circulated. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know if you can see me, but aye.
Now, okay, so we have 5 in favor. And so that is carried. Councillors Cooper and Hazelton did not vote in favor, according to what I could see. All right. Next on our agenda is communications from the various councillors. And I am going to start with, let's start with Councillor Bochek today.
Okay, can you see me or hear me?
Oh.
Excellent. Fairly quiet month, just getting into the Christmas season. The mayor and I and the economic development officer or sustainability officer all attended the Christmas parade, the stationary Christmas parade held at the Baxter Ward Community Center. And I just want to thank all of the people that participated, including Mr. and Mrs. Claus, for coming down and celebrating the parade with us. Besides that, planning matters to me are going through the roof on 6 Mile Lake, Georgian Bay, coastal Georgian Bay, and on Gloucester Pool. I'm getting a lot of calls with a lot of negative input from my constituents about the amount of red tape and bureaucracy involved in our planning department and driven by perhaps certain members. So I've been trying to fend that off all month. But outside of that, Christmas season is coming. Merry Christmas to all my fellow councillors and the mayor, and we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutscher. Nothing really extraordinary, a lot of meetings, Zoom meetings, etc. after our council meetings last month. But just wanted to comment about a couple of things. Met with some people about the water testing program. I attended a short budget meeting on the 24th, the regular council, district council meetings prior to that. I just wanted to also say I watched the planning committee meeting as well in November. I also wanted to say that I attended a few other meetings, including the GBLT stewards meeting. Of particular interest and somewhat of a concern, I guess, was I also sat through deliberations for the district municipal, I think they call it the modernization committee, with respect to the way the district council may be set up in the future. I wanted to thank, and I did thank at that meeting, Mayor Kutscher for speaking very eloquently about what the feelings are in Georgian Bay in terms of representation, both within our municipality, the ward boundary review that we went through, etc. And so that was very helpful. And I think there are some pretty big, in my mind, red flags related to this matter. And I know we'll hear more about it, but one is where council members will be weighted. So one is very not constitutional as far as I'm concerned, but having councillors with less voting power than others. And it's a very strange sort of suggestion and flies in the face of a number of decisions that have been made. So I wanted to comment on that. And I think that's about it. So I just wanted to cover those things off. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. It's been reasonably quiet with regards to meetings and so on. Like some of my other fellow councillors, Christmas is coming, and I'd like to commend both Honey Harbor and MacTier for their Stand Still Christmas parades. I think that was well done considering our climate and our nature of our environment today with COVID. I too have had a lot of questions regarding planning today with some red tape, which is creating time delays on housing projects. I've had a lot of communications on that. I've also had quite a bit of communication with constituents that are asking me about the legal costs on OMB and LPAT, and how that's possible that we have a group of individuals that can consistently take cases to the OMB and LPAT, although I think that's possible for anybody to do, but just the amount of money that's being spent through the township on defending. Aside from that, it's been fairly quiet, just correspondence with constituents, and yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor. The past month has been, in some respects, normal from a library meeting perspective. Not normal from a COVID perspective, but what's interesting is in COVID times, you don't have any of the social activities going on, so there's a lot more time to spend talking with constituents, dealing with issues and so on. That certainly was part of my month. I did attend the planning committee meeting, and also had an opportunity to talk with the folks that did a bunch of water sampling in our community, and I guess we'll be hearing from them tomorrow. And I would like to, send out a big thank you to our clerk, Karen, for humoring me and listening to me and offering guidance as we try to prepare for this Friday's meeting. It certainly required a lot of reading and thought, but at the same time, Karen was very helpful in directing me. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, where am I missing here? Let's go, Councillor Jarvis.
The Library Board Committee of Adjustment. Library is interesting in that the Honey Harbor Library was allowed to open up, got all the past inspection, and then of course things clamped down and they couldn't do an actual real opening for the public, but it is now operational, and the reports from the staff are that it's in pretty good shape, which is nice to hear. Nice after all this time to finally get that thing back on track. And hopefully we'll be able to have attendance sometime next spring when an opening, proper opening will be, I think, set up. Other than that, again, I'd like to thank Councillor Douglas for directing all her hunters our way. I have had the privilege of talking to a couple and seeing significant, like everybody else, I'm sure, correspondence from the hunting community. Very interesting that I get this correspondence from the hunting community, yet I don't see nearly as much correspondence from anybody on many other issues. I thought that was very, very, very interesting to see. Other than that, pretty quiet. I unfortunately had a conflict, and I missed the SegBay meeting earlier, I think it was last week. So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Rienko.
Thank you very much. A lot of my time this past month was taken up with district committee meetings. We had an engineering meeting on the 16th prior to the district meeting. We had a joint meeting with the financial committee on the 18th, and another joint one on the 19th with the planning committee. So that was 3 district committee meetings in 1 week. And then we all attended the public open house budget meeting on the 24th. And on the 27th, we had our planning committee meeting, which I thought was fairly well done. And I think I had another joint engineering meeting with the financial committee on the 4th of December. So there's like 4 of those, I guess, over the month. I too I'm getting comments about planning applications and delays and so on. And I maybe should direct my comments to Jessica. There seems to be enough councillors receiving concerns about planning delays, bureaucracy, etc. And it may be worthwhile maybe having a cow issue on this, maybe either enclosed or an open. Maybe she could consider that sometime in the future to hear our concerns that we're receiving from the public, to see what the issue is, if it's staffing or maybe we do have maybe too many planning rules and so on. But I think it'd be worthwhile having an open discussion on that. So I'll just leave that with Jessica on that. On the hunting issue, yes, I'm receiving a lot of emails. I think they're all initiated mainly, well, from the Go Home Lake area, but I think there's going to be some kind of report or something coming to council next meeting, and I definitely have an opinion on that. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Yeah, I found the past month being actually quite a busy month. Unfortunately, I started it by on the 12th going to a funeral, and then had the Municipal Modernization Committee meeting that afternoon, which I was very appreciative that they delayed it until I was back from the funeral before we had that meeting. 13th, it was the Committee of Adjustment for my, I'll call it, very temporary assignment. 16th, there were district council meetings. 17th, Biosphere AGM. 18th was a joint committee meeting, a lot to do with the budget, among other things, at the district. 24th, I took part in some Indigenous awareness training that included some of our senior staff as well as staff across the district, and I thought it was a very worthwhile program. And my only response to that, I think the more of this sort of training we can get out to the rest of us and our residents, the better. And that was followed by a special council meeting at the district level on the budget. Nor was that, no, that was our budget, sorry, 24th, our budget meeting. 27th, I attended the planning committee. December 3rd, we had the, can't even read my writing here, that's bad. Oh yeah, that was the Engage Georgian Bay training program, and followed by a Muskoka broadband meeting. On the 4th was a joint district committee meeting, and basically it was mostly in regards to reducing the waste, solid waste budget. And that was followed by a municipal modernization committee meeting, another one of those. On the 5th, I was at the Santa drive-by, if I can call it that, at the Baxter Ward Community Center. I thought that was very successful event. And again, on the 6th, I was in MacTier for a similar thing with Santa there, receiving people dropping by. On the 8th, I got to listen to the Premier tell us that vaccines were coming, and basically doing a sales pitch. And the 9th was on improving connectivity program. And on the 10th, there was a Indigenous land acknowledgement. Sorry, that one was delayed. That one is actually coming up tomorrow. I wrote this down before that was rescheduled in my agendas. So it's been a very, very busy month. I've also heard lots of comments from our residents. I think there is a, whether it's hunting, or it's planning or other matters that come up, and I do appreciate all the communication I get from our residents. I think it's quite informative. And with that, I'll let our CAO tell us her summary of the month.
Look how professional my list is. It's on an envelope.
Wow.
Okay, so to start off, as you all should know, we are now in the red zone as of 12:01 this morning. So our offices definitely remain closed. I was really hoping to be able to be open by now, at least for appointments, if not having all the staff in, but that does not seem like it's going to happen. I would like to state that maybe by March or April we will be open, but depending, but honestly, I don't even want to say a month anymore because it changes almost every day. The mayor and I have requested some delegations at Roma, like the usual suspects, the Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Environment, ministry, probably 6 more ministries. I don't know. I feel like I'm always applying for these delegations and conversations, but we'll keep you posted. I have continuous calls with the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Units weekly about the COVID and the phases and recommendations. The last call I had, Dr. Gardner did state that he has received numerous communications of requests from mayors and MPs and staff members and members of the public about separating Muskoka from Simcoe. But on the call the other day, it was just made sort of clear that that was not going to be happening. But people are still asking, and I don't think that question will stop being asked anytime soon. We have postings out for a planning technician and deputy clerk. The planning technician closes next Friday and the deputy clerk closes the first Friday we return from the break, which I think is January 8th. We're posting for planning technician because Sydney Amaro is the successful candidate for the executive assistant, and she is starting that position on January 4th. What else here? Oh, our planning enforcement officer, Cody Avery, starts January 4th as well. So we're very excited about that, to have someone dedicated to all these issues that we still have a sort of backup of or backlog of, plus new ones coming in. We will be closed from noon on December 24th until 8:30 a.m. on January 4th for a break. And as other counselors have done, I would like to take this time to thank staff for putting in extra hours, for doing more than I could ever imagine anyone would do in a time like this. I'm just so proud of our township and the staff that we have, and our community and everyone in the public. I just think that we've handled this really, really well, and I don't want to jinx ourselves. But I'm very appreciative of all the staff and everyone's support. And I think that we're definitely going to get through this, but I think we've done a good job up until now, and everyone deserves this break. And I'm really looking forward to having some well-rested staff at the beginning of the new year. And the one last thing I wanted to say was based on Councillor Ryanko's comments, is that if councillors are getting complaints about planning issues, if you want to pass those along to us, we can look into them and get you answers, because what you might be hearing might not be correct. I'm not saying that's the case every time, but if you get sort of both sides and we can have a conversation, then we can definitely move forward from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And if I may, I'll just tag on that to also express my appreciation of all the work that the staff have done over the past year, but certainly in the last since March, with the office being partially closed or totally closed, and people having to work from home and coming in, and the extra hours and complication and that is all involved. I greatly appreciate all the effort that staff has put into this. I mean, just the fact that we're now meeting electronically means that things like that just require whole different procedures and levels of support. So I think it's absolutely terrific that what everybody has done, and I'm most impressed with our staff and their attitude and all their efforts. With that, let's go to staff reports. Speaking of staff, and the first staff report that we have is a Sustainability Report 2020-10 with regards to Community Improvement Plan, or CIP. And there she is, Ms. Schneier. I was looking for your name, but you've already converted to a picture. Go ahead.
Good morning. When we met last, we talked about the Community Improvement Plan and whether it could be included in the 2021 budget, and some further information was requested. So this report just hopefully provides you with the necessary information to make the decision to include it in the 2021 budget. Community Improvement Plan, often acronymed as a CIP, is a great program for our business community. And as I identified in the report, it will really assist us in funding where funding is offered to municipalities that have a downtown core. In our communities, only MacTier really has one. And I've argued for years that our highway runs on the 400, but also runs in channels on waterways as well. So this document will allow us to be able to have a council endorsed understanding of where business is in the community. And we would be able to use that as a backbone for funding, as well as 50% funding for people in the community who are interested in doing projects to improve their business, as well as, meet some of the COVID requirements. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think that the report's pretty self-explanatory.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Jennifer, for that report. Jennifer, I just wanted to make mention of something just so I don't forget it here, because I'm not sure I've approached you more than 10 times already on this. High-speed internet, fiber optics in MacTier, is any of that going to be able to be a part of your application? Do we have any control on that whatsoever? Because that is something that I hear constantly for our business community.
It would not be part of a community improvement plan, because there are, in order for a business to apply for better internet, there needs to be backbone infrastructure. So staff are working with various providers to ensure that that backbone infrastructure is available for communities as a whole. As you might recall, we have had some interest with some providers for MacTier, but because of COVID, many of those projects have gone silent. I do sit on the Muskoka Emergency Response Task Force, and broadband has been highlighted as a priority project. So we are working with providers. Right now we have a proposal on the table that we're working with internally before we bring it forward to you, hopefully in January, for some new towers. But again, everything sort of works. We go through the process on our end, and then if there's anything that actually bites, we bring it forward to council.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any other hands at this point. I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton, Be it resolved that council receive the community improvement plan report for information purposes, and that staff be directed to draft a CIP for the 2021 year, and no funds be associated with CIP initiatives until a plan is approved by council. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item B, Fire and Emergency Services Report 2020-09, read the OSPCA contract renewal. And that is, it doesn't look like Chief Undum, even though the label says it is.
Yeah, I borrowed Tony's iPad. iPad. It's Karina King for the bylaw. Here at the top.
Thank you, Karina. Please go ahead.
Okay, so this is just a contract renewal for our OSPCA day provider shelter services for the township. So whenever we pick up a stray dog or a dog at large, we bring the dog there for care and holding. And we've had them for 4 years, and we just recommend that we renew with them. And we're very happy with their service. And yeah.
That seemed quite straightforward and to the point. Councillor, any questions? Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Rienko.
Just clarification, it's not just dogs, it's other animals as well, correct?
Actually, no, we don't. The only service they provide and we provide to the township is dogs. If there was a situation where it come up, like they are willing to work with us for sure, but that's what the contract is we only really do dogs for animal control.
Oh, okay. No cats.
No cats.
Thank you.
No problem.
Cats are too difficult to catch. Councillor Rienko.
I just wondered how many dogs on an average year, how many dogs do we send over there?
So on an average year through your mayor, there is about 5. I think our most was 6 a year. It just depends on the year. I went back for our last 4 years. It was 6 2017, 5 2018, 6 2019, and 4 in 2020. So not a lot, but we definitely do require their service for sure.
Yeah, you obviously require service, but that's like $500 a dog. So it's pretty expensive dogs.
All right. Any other comments? What I have in front of me reads, moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement for the OSPCA Midland and District Branch to provide pound services for the township of Georgian Bay. And that council authorizes sole sourcing to the OSPCA without following the general guidelines of obtaining 3 quotes as per the procurement policy. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Keith.
Thank you.
Okay, Development Services Report 2020-084, Brandy's Cove refund request. Ms. Lemieux, over to you.
Thank you. So this report is just a brief background. As I'm sure most of you can recall, at the last meeting, there was some discussion over a refund request that was submitted by Brandy's Cove. And I was tasked with getting some answers regarding timeline and clarification on if any previous resolution was passed by council for the peer review to be completed. So essentially a quick overview is the site plan agreement was submitted to the township on February 19th of this year. Report 2020-023 was brought forward to council in March of this year. And the resulting resolution from that staff report did provide staff direction to get a peer review for the ECA application that was submitted by Brandy's Cove. So staff have provided 2 resolution options for council today, whether to authorize the refund request or not. Either way, if council did so choose to issue the refund, that would be reasonable given the past resolution and direction from council that was provided. Or Alternatively, if council chose not to issue the refund, through our township fees and charges bylaw, we do have the at-cost requirement for engineering review. So there is the ability for staff to retain those costs that way. So really at this point, it's a matter of council's choosing whether you wish to issue the refund or not. There is justification for either position that council takes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, we have to pick from two resolutions, and either that we do not authorize the refund or we direct staff to refund in the amount of $3,500. Any discussion? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier. I think this has been clarified very well by Victoria, but I had made a note to say that it's my understanding that when we enter into an agreement with an applicant, that when a peer review is required, that the applicant pays for the peer review. And I think that's what you made in your statement about the second option. And so I really think we'd be setting a precedent here, refunding money for this particular application and not to everybody else. So why do we even have that criteria in there? So my view is that we should take the option of basically expecting the applicant to pay for a peer review. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? I'm not seeing any hands. So given what Councillor Cooper said, I'm going to read the resolution not refunding, and then you can vote either in favor or against. So it's moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receives Development Service Report 2020-084 for information purposes only and do not authorize the refund request. All those in favor? 1, 2, this is no refund. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's carried 5-2. Okay. Now we're going down to Human Resources Report 2020-06, Life Events Policy. And this, I believe, is Ms. Martin.
Good morning, everybody. So this policy just kind of came up. It's not something new for the township. You know, for many, many years, as far back as we can recall, we have implemented the recognition of life events, but we thought to ensure open transparency, we would develop the policy to support it. And then when we were reviewing it, some people had suggested that the $50 that we've historically done, it isn't quite enough if, you know, there's, you're sending, you know, flowers to a funeral or, so we kind of opened that up if council chooses to approve the policy to indicate how much. We also just amended some wording in it to indicate that the mayor, the CAO and mayor to extend flowers or a donation in the event of a serious illness or a death of a prominent citizen or other life events of staff. That was also added to the policy. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. The motion reads, moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council receive the report regarding policy HR-002-2020, recognition of life events, and that council approve the recognition of life events policy, and that council authorize the value of, and our options are $50, $75, or $100 per recognition. Council, over to you for discussion. Councillor Douglas.
I think it's a good policy to have in place, and I think I would like to see option C go in. It doesn't mean that the council has to, or the township has to spend that amount of money, but it gives them latitude to do so.
So I'm taking that you would authorize the value of up to $100. Okay, thank you. Councillors, any further discussion? Councillor Bocheck.
Yeah, I agree. $100 doesn't go far very days in buying flowers. Not that I would know because I never buy them for my wife, but I hear they're expensive.
But she's worth it.
One question I have, and that's to Tammy. Tammy, in your delegation, you said that it would be prominent members of the public. I'm just wondering if you have a definition of that. My understanding, reading it because I skipped over that wording, was basically any previous staff member, current or previous staff member, any previous council member, or anybody who served anybody who lived in the public life. It was the way I understood this. But if you could give me some clarity on predominant citizens in the township, that would help me a little bit as well.
So historically, we've had previous members of council pass away. Though that's who kind of comes to light in my brain. If there was somebody who was, had sat on a committee for the township for many years, that the mayor and CAO could choose to send a donation or flowers in the event of their death. But those are the key ones. So it's somebody who's really been prominent in dealing with or offering services to the township, but not necessarily a staff member or member of council current.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
I thought that was a very good question by Councillor Bocheck, and I just wanted to add that I think maybe a little bit flexibility here for the mayor and the CAO in terms of we have people in our community that contribute a huge amount of their time to make Georgian Bay a special place, and so there may be times whereby it would be important to do something like this for that particular individual, not just somebody that sat on council or an employee. So I would encourage that, and just the amount, I think up to $100 makes a lot of sense, but I think the verbiage should be up to, as opposed to just, it will be $100. It's a bit holding your feet to the fire, so to speak. So anyway, that would be my only other recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just to get my 2 cents worth in, I'm agreeing with the previous councillor's comments about the people that should be recognized. I think it's great that we got a policy we're putting in place here. I applaud our HR for doing this. And yeah, the idea of having an amount up to $100 would make sense to me.
Okay, moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council received the report regarding policy HR-002-2020, recognition of life events, and that council approved the recognition of life events policy, and the council authorized a value of up to $100 per recognition. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
All right.
Mayor, can I just ask from a point of order here, is whoever taking notes adding those 2 extra words, up to? In other words,
yes, I also noticed it on my version, so we can double check on our clerk if we're so inclined.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Boutsiet, are you ready to do a few reports?
Sure.
Well, then let's start with your what everyone wants to hear, tax collection policy.
Your Worship, thank you. So this is a refresh of our tax collection policy. We noted that it was created in 2013 with an update in 2016. Since then, in 2018, legislation has changed, allowing the tax collector more flexibility. So we've added that legislated flexibility into our own policy. And we have to do that in order to be able to apply those tools. If we don't adopt those tools, we can't use them. And also there was a little bit of a a difficulty in administering the PAP plan that we have, and PAP is pre-authorized payment plan. The way it was done, the PAP plan ran from July of 1 year to July of the next year. So at year end, at December 31st, not everybody's tax balance was at zero, which is the way it should be. So we're realigning that as well with this policy. So really those are the two major changes. And we've also added the flexibility to be able to move to e-billing when we get there. So we've been talking a lot about modernization and stuff like that. So the policy will be ready when the systems are ready to be able to do that as well. So really, we're just asking council today to adopt our revised policy.
All right. And I, for one, am going to just jump right in and say, I really appreciate you changing your pre-authorized payment schedule to the calendar year and the tax year, because I, for one, was confused last year when, what do you mean I owe money when I've already been making my happy payments every month? So good move. Thank you. Council Cooper.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Julie. Thanks for your report. It's very hard for me to vote in favor of you taking more money away, but from me in particular. But all joking aside, I did want to ask about one thing that might be a possibility in terms of not just tax collection per se, but using tax collection as an opportunity to communicate with our residents. And I know that we can send out communication pieces with our tax documents, but I wondered, there's an idea that has come forth that I think is kind of interesting, and I wanted to know if this is a possibility. And apparently this is done in certain countries where there's actually an incentive in the tax payment, shall we say, for filling out a survey so that we get more information about our constituents. In fact, we find out who our constituents are. So to the municipal modernization issue, there's a lot of different ideas as to who's here and who isn't here. And one of the ways that could be done is that you basically tack on another, for example, $100 to the tax bill. And if you fill in the survey, you get your $100 taken off. So is that something that's possible? Because it would be certainly great to have a much more precise picture of who is in our township. Thank you.
Through your worship, if you want me to answer that, I don't have that answer at the moment. But if I could definitely look into it and maybe not postpone the adoption of this policy, but bring forward an amendment if we need to in the new year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, I don't know how legal that issue would be. And if somebody like myself and like most of the people, you take money out of my account every month, how would I do a survey if my money's already being taken out? But anyway, you can look into that, but I doubt if that's a legal process of charging more money. The issue I want to say is another example where we get a policy where there's no red line changes and so on. So you read these policies over and you don't know what's changed. And I was hoping that when we get into these new policies that we have some kind of red line tracking so we can see the changes. And again, we don't see it here, but maybe in future, all these policies that are being updated show the red line changes. So it's a lot easier for us to review.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bocek.
This may sound a little counter to what Councillor Cooper was saying, but my question was going to be, have we addressed a trend towards going paperless in our tax collection? And my reason being, like myself, I think most of my constituents, we don't open the mail. We certainly don't open up a tax bill. That's the last thing we want to open up. most of us, our accountants, receive that type of mail. They take care of the payments. They take care of that type of thing. So in my case, and in case of a lot of my constituents, it would be nice to see an electronic via email tax bill as well too. I realistically have never seen a tax bill in 15 years. So putting something in there to either communicate, promote, or a memorandum of any kind, I don't know if it would be that effective. Certainly if it came electronically, I open my email every day. So just wondering if there's any movement or any will to back up the paper with electronic, and then maybe one day going fully paperless for environmental reasons and for good housekeeping. Julie, if you could help me out with that.
Through your worship, I reiterate that this policy does allow for the flexibility of e-billing. So right now our systems are not ready to be able to do e-billing, but in a few reports we will be talking about modernization. But this policy will be ready for e-billing when the technology catches up.
Okay, Councillor Hazelton.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to bridge on from what Councillor Bocek was saying, I think there's a difference between electronic billing and electronic notification of billing. And without the systems in place to accept electronic billing and billing payments, I get that we're not there yet. But notification of billing is a very important step in the overall process. And yeah, you send out the paper bills, people get them or don't get them, they file them or don't file them or whatever. But an email, as Councillor Bocek just said, an email telling me that my township taxes are due next week, I think would be welcomed by everybody. And it doesn't have to be an actionable online payment, but just a notification would be a very significant step forward. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Cooper.
I just wanted to add that there's nothing to stop us from doing surveys electronically and billing electronic. I totally support that. If I inferred it was just paper, that's not really where I'm going. I'm talking about communicating with our community and getting really precise information back as opposed to guessing who lives here. Thank you.
All right. I think we might have a little more fruitful conversation on our next topic, but let's do this one first. The resolution is moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that Council adopt the revised tax collection policy. Love those short resolutions. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. I'm afraid to all our residents, we will continue to collect taxes. All right, next, modernization funding final report. Ms. Boutiette, this has a few more pages to it.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if I can communicate with Karen if the Perry group can come on board now, or are they scheduled for a little later?
They're not here. I've sent them the link.
Okay, I thought they would be on at 1 p.m. So I don't know if we could postpone this one till then.
Certainly.
We can do that.
I think, Councillor, I don't think you'd have any issue of taking this item and postponing it until 1 this afternoon. Okay, so let's set this one aside until 1 o'clock. But I'm afraid, Ms. Boutiette, that you're not done yet, because now you want us to do some traveling, apparently.
Yes, through Your Worship. The travel and expense policy was due for refresh as well. And I would like to say that this one changed so drastically that I don't think a track changes version would have been easier to read. I think it would have been a disaster. We've added quite a few sections in this and really made it very clear on what's allowable and not allowable. This refers a lot to things that are put on corporate credit cards or are refunded to employees. And really, I'm putting this forward for council to adopt. It has circulated with the senior management team and also the finance team for administration of the policy. And we have no further comments at this point. However, this policy is not critical on year end. So if council does have suggestions, we could definitely bring it back in a future month.
Okay, whoops. Don't you hate it when you hit the wrong buttons? Council, questions, discussion, Councillor Cooper.
Just a point of clarification. This first piece that we have here, the report 2020-31, talks about a policy to apply to all staff, volunteers, members of council, and board and committees. So just for clarification, Julie, for our council members and our committee members, what, if anything, can they submit? I'm not aware of anything, but maybe I'm missing something.
So if their budget allows for some training, could be off-site training, or I'm thinking of the pre-COVID era where we would have conferences and so on. So this really defines what the mileage rate will be, what the meals are allowed, that they must submit receipts to a maximum allowance, and so on. So it really carves out how and what will be reimbursed in terms of attending conferences, or, you know, are rented vehicles allowed? Yes, they are. And what kind of insurance should you take on a rental vehicle? So all that is, you know, carved out in this policy.
But I believe it also says any expense has to be pre-approved.
That's correct.
So I think I hope that that's also a partial answer to Councillor Cooper. I see Councillor Bochek and Councillor Hazelton having raised hands. Councillor Bochek.
So Julie, just so I have complete clarity on this, a number of years ago, members of council went to Ottawa members of the Committee of Adjustments, including council members of the City of Ottawa, hotel expenses, travel expenses, food expenses. It was a full weekend in Ottawa. This policy was not in place. Same with firefighting at Toronto Airport when the councillors go down to do that. Not that I would expect or ask that this be retroactive to the expenses that councillors have incurred in previous years or previous terms of council. But moving forward, if, say, a councillor was to do a trip to Ottawa to attend the committee, the COE, I forget what it's called now, but, you know, hotel rooms, meals. Thank you, Peter. All those expenses, which weren't able to be recaptured in the last term or even this term, they will all be recoupable by a councillor if they are asked or volunteer to attend a convention or conference.
Yes, within approved budget, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. The question I have is really more of a textual nature. It does say in the scope that council members are included, but then every other section talks about employees. I'm kind of assuming that the word employee is equivalent to counselor, but it doesn't state that, and I'm just wondering for points of clarification, should that be somehow defined or edited? Otherwise, the whole document applies not to council, even though it says it does?
Ms. Boutiette's taking note.
Yes, so through your worship, definitely we could add more wordage to ensure that they're properly captured, or where they're excluded, that it mentions it in exclusivity, or and while this conversation's having, maybe it's not clear that council should have approval from council to attend, whether it's once a year we go through the list of conferences and who's to attend and so on. Maybe it's not very clear for council who's the approver, so.
Well, Ms. Boutiette, do you want us to, if we get that far, to vote on the policy as it stands, and then you might make some modifications to it, or you prefer to make modifications and we vote on a revised version?
Yeah, we can defer it at this point.
Well, no, I'm asking your preference.
Yeah, I think I would prefer to clarify those items prior to adopting.
Okay, that sounds good. Anyone else want to make any additional comments? All right. And Ms. Way, do I have to call a vote on deferral? I'm a little confused because sometimes I hear different versions of that. Okay, I'll ask all councillors, nodding your heads. I see positive nod heads. Councillor Bocek, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One last question of clarification, and hopefully I'm making it through okay. This pertains strictly to the Township of Georgian Bay expenses. I know a number of councillors or myself do travel to the district for meetings or committee meetings. They are held off, or they are paid out by the district, not by the Township of Georgian Bay, correct?
Correct.
Good luck
Okay.
controlling what the district does.
So there would be no need. I imagine there's going to be forms that get filled out here that we submit to the finance department for reimbursement. But anything to do with district would be filed at the district level, would it?
Correct.
Ms. Way, you run.
I was just going to say a referral might be a better option in this circumstance than deferring it.
Okay, so we're referring it. Okay. Council, this matter has been referred back to Ms. Boutiette for some wordsmithing. I won't even say all in favor. I'll just say, and that's the way it is. Okay. Outdoor rink opening, I believe, is the next item on our agenda. Even though it's not the next item in my package here. Let's go. Operations Report 2020-21, outdoor rink opening.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report is further to a report that was brought in November. At that time, staff were suggesting that outdoor rinks not be open this year. However, between the time the report was prepared and presented to council, there was some guidance provided by the health unit suggesting that they would support opening outdoor rinks. Since then, they've come out with a guidance document, and we've had several meetings with them. So even though we're in the red right now, I believe this is still supported by the health unit. They're recommending or requiring that signage be installed advising of the capacity limits based on 3-meter spacing, I believe, as well as hand sanitizer be provided. No washrooms or heating huts or anything along those lines. And staff are supporting that and recommending that it occur at the Baxter Ward rink, possibly the Honey Harbor rink, although in the past we haven't had great support from volunteers there. And the ice typically is constructed and maintained by volunteers. And we're also exploring having an outdoor rink constructed in MacTier, but we have to get some volunteers together for that.
I was muted. Sorry about that. Council, any questions or discussion? Councilor Douglas.
Just wanted to say thank you, Brad, and to the staff for looking into this. I think this is a really good positive thing for our community in regards to mental health issues and getting our kids especially out in a particularly difficult time. So thank you for that. And if you require any assistance with the MacTier volunteers, please reach out to myself. Thank you again.
Councilor Wojcik.
Thanks, Brad, for the report. And I know you and I have had many conversations, including just last Friday, about this. And one of the important things that did come out of this was that there would be no hockey allowed at the outdoor rinks. And this would mean that township staff would remove the nets that are currently in place, and there would be, they don't want to encourage the hockey, the contact that's involved with hockey and everything else. So my question to you, Brad, is are we going to, with our signage, with our signage of rules, put up signage of hours in which certain events can take place? A bunch of me and my pals don't want to go over and figure skate, but we do want to go over and skate aggressively. And we don't want little children out there figure skating at the same time and vice versa. So I would suggest that certain hours be divided up, the day be divided up into, either age groups or hockey, figure skating, whatever. But I think we need to address that, because you are going to be inundated with calls from people saying, my children went over to have a little skate on their figure skates and there was guys out there, knocking them down or whatever. So a suggestion to our operations department that we really consider scheduling these outdoor rink events so that we don't have a lot of comeback from the community.
Councilor Wojcik, I think you should be very careful who you knock down. You might lose votes in the next election.
Yeah, well, we don't base our decisions on votes, do we?
Well,
we're not supposed to.
Councilor Jarvis, followed by Councilor Rienko.
I applaud Brad for moving ahead with this and appreciate it. Quick question to Brad. Brad, I don't see any costs associated with moving that warming hut at the Honey Harbor rink. Is there a cost associated with that, or we're not worrying about that right now?
Through the mayor, it's minimal. It's just a small hut, and I think we can just pick it up with a loader and move it somewhere else.
Okay. The other option would be to lock it right up. Just apropos of Councillor Wojcik's comments, I won't go into the amount of red tape that's required for one to go skating in the city of Toronto, but I've done a fair bit of it. And we're benefiting from the fact that there is no hockey, and therefore the hockey rinks are available for pleasure skating. I'm an aggressive skater. I used to play hockey, so I can understand where hockey players would like to have that opportunity, but I think it'd be beyond our ability to schedule and police any type of schedule. So I think there's going to be very much a reluctance to do anything in that regard. I think Councillor Wojcik and his friends are just got to be careful about when they skate and who they skate with. But anyway, again, I applaud Brad for moving ahead on this, and I'm really happy to see these rinks opening. It's great to have that ability to be able to go skating.
Thank you. Councillor Rienko.
Okay, when I read this report, I didn't realize that you're not going to allow hockey on these open rinks. I can't see why you can't have some kind of organized non-contact hockey. Just a minute. Okay. Okay. I can't see why you can't have some kind of another flying overhead. I can't see why there can't be some kind of organized hockey if it's scheduled on a regular basis and so on. Some of our residents have been shut out from indoor hockey playing, and they want to do some outdoor hockey playing. And if there's not contact, I can't see why it couldn't go on. So why couldn't they come to the township, say, okay, we every Tuesday night at 6 o'clock, we want to play. And that could be organized like that. Is that not allowable? Because I'm not in support of not allowing it.
Through the mayor, when we moved into the red zone, any hockey is pretty much banned with the exception of skills development. So even at the arena now, they can't play games, they can't play scrimmages, they can't have practices, they can only have skills development because they want to maintain the spacing. And as such, it's not allowed, permitted on the outdoor rinks at all. And it's quite clear in the documentation and the guidance documents that have been provided that hockey is not allowed.
Okay, so what color does the hats go down to in order to play hockey?
I'm not positive on that. I believe I would have to recheck my notes, but I believe even in orange, they were recommending that the nets not be there.
Okay, well, I guess we can blame the province for that then, I guess.
Theo Gumby.
I was just going to state what Councillor Ryanko said. These aren't staff recommendations. These are provincial requirements.
Councillor Douglas.
Can I just get confirmation on that, Jessica? Their recommendations or mandated?
Mandated, that's the word I was looking for.
Okay, thank you. And also just a supplement question. I like the idea of what Councillor Bochek is proposing for sports people that want to maintain fitness and skill levels of trying to, I mean, even if it's posted that one night a week or one day during the week or something, there is, it's designated for that specific purpose, the ice, that may kind of help the situation he is referring to with little kids not being comfortable on the ice. And at least we have signage up saying that, you know, this is the time slot that we've allowed for that. Should they not show up to do skill sets, then, you know, sure, little kids can get out there and do their thing. But I think it's a good idea because I do think, I do believe there is a lot of people in the community that would like to maintain their skill set with regards to hockey and other, and, you know, most certainly even without nets, they can get out there and do that kind of training on the ice. And I think it's a good idea that it's actually signposted for a designated time.
Okay. Councillor Bochek.
Just to help out with a little bit of insight for Brad, because I'm very involved with hockey outside of the township. During Orange, which we were in last week, you can play organized hockey, league hockey, but you can't leave your home center. You can't travel. In other words, if you play for Aurelia, you can't go down to Newmarket for a game. Your games have to be within the area of your color. So, and my understanding is that it is the health, Simcoe Muskoka Health Unit that has said no hockey on outdoor rinks during the red. So, and I believe even during the orange. So we really need to get clarity on this because we're going to be limited our use of indoor rinks moving forward. If anything, in indoor rinks. So everybody's going to be very dependent on these outdoor rinks, and we only have one, possibly two if somebody gets ambitious in Honey Harbor. So I think we really need real good clarity because there's going to be a lot of guys, a lot of male and female adolescents that aren't going to be playing hockey in their leagues in Barrie or Aurelia or Midland, and they're going to want to maintain their conditioning. So I think we really need to be crystal clear on this.
Through the mayor, we have a weekly meeting with the health unit, with all the arena managers in this area, and this has been on the agenda for the last couple of weeks, and it's on it again, especially with us moving to red. So I expect they'll receive some clarity on this on Wednesday, I believe. Wednesday or Thursday is our meeting.
All right. The resolution moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council directs staff to advise interested volunteers that the Baxter Ward and Honey Harbor outdoor rinks will be available for use over the coming winter and that the required capacity limits be calculated and signage posted at both facilities. Councillor Douglas, you want to discuss further?
No, I'm not discussing. I'm just making a suggestion and an amendment. Brad, you mentioned that you're trying to get volunteers for MacTier. Can we add that in, that MacTier be a part of that? Should we have volunteers in that a rink be developed?
Did I see a nod, positive head nod?
I'm fine with that. Sorry.
Okay.
I wasn't nodding off.
Be it resolved that Council Rec staff to advise the interest of volunteers at the Baxter Ward and Honey Harbor outdoor rinks and MacTier outdoor rink will be available for use over the coming winter, and that the required capacity limits be calculated and signage posted at both facilities. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now, if I understand the note that I received from our clerk, the item 9I around Arena CCAN has been removed from the agenda?
Yeah.
Withdrawn.
Okay. It's withdrawn, okay. So we will not discuss an item if it's been withdrawn. How's that? All right. One more for Mr. Socash, and that's regards to the MacTier Arena ice usage.
Thank you. Through the mayor, this report is totally off now that we've gone into the red stage. I think the primary discussion point in this was with respect to a men's league using the MacTier Arena. With us going into red, that can't happen now, and they have been advised of it. Otherwise, we're recommending that we maintain the status quo, suspend issuing rentals for one-off users, suspend public skating, and continue to rent to the figure skating club as well as the Muskoka Rock. And we've been operating the arena essentially as if we're in the red zone right from day one. So there are right now very minor changes that are required.
All right, so are you still looking for this resolution from council to sort of, with all the continues in it?
Through the mayor, I believe I am, just because our initial report in September said we would bring this back to council in December for resolution.
Now, should I remove the line with regards to men's recreational hockey, given that we're in red?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm going to modify this, and I'll read it in modified version before I ask council if they want to have any discussion. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to continue to limit ice rentals to weekdays and nights. Continue to suspend public skating for the remainder of the year. Continue to suspend ice rentals for one-time uses for the remainder of the year. And continue to provide protocols outlined in this report in addition to the protocols in place for current use. I don't even need any of that, do I?
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. So we'll just stop it after the three continues. Councillor Rienko.
Can the last paragraph be modified to indicate at what kind of color that could take place? So that men's hockey group is permitted to rent the ice when we go to orange or whatever it is. So we don't need to come back to council to allow them to play. Brad, what color can I add?
Sorry, through the mayor, I was just thinking that through my head. There's not a problem with adding that. It's very, very unlikely that that's going to happen, though. We pulled the ice out in the middle of March, just before March break. So we're in red for at least 28 days, which is going to take us into January at some point. We'll have gone through Christmas. I think it would be reasonable to expect the numbers will go up again over Christmas, and the red will continue. So that's my thought on it. There's nothing that's hurt by putting it in there. I just don't think it will have any impact.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Wianco. I think we should leave it in there. And again, Brad, can I just get clarification? This is mandated by the province to not allow this, or a suggestion in red?
Mayor, it's mandated.
Okay, so I would like to see that last paragraph also stay in, so that, you know, I'd like to be optimistic and hope that our numbers do start declining and we get down from red to orange or whatever. I'd like to see that in there, and then it doesn't have to come back. You have the ability then to deal with those groups at that time without it coming back to council.
All right, I have now a new motion. Are you ready?
Yep.
Be it moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to continue to limit ice rentals to weekdays and nights, continues to suspend public skating for the remainder of the year, continues to suspend ice rentals for one-time uses for the remainder of the year, and that a men's recreational hockey group be permitted to rent ice during the week when allowed by the province and health unit, provided that protocols outlined in this report, in addition to the protocols in place for current users, be followed. I'm seeing no hands, so I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor? All right, and that is carried unanimously. Okay, that means, at least on my agenda, I'm going to a new page. Now we get to one of the favorite topics, CAO Report 2020-13, Terms of Reference. Ms. Gunby, you get to lead off this discussion.
I sure do. Thank you very much. As members of council are aware, because they did get their agenda last week, and I did send out sort of a heads up email that I had a couple reports coming that I'm pretty sure would result in some conversations. This one here is about the committees that we currently have. The 3 committees that we have that meet via Zoom. We have the Waste Management Committee, the Planning Committee, and the Committee of Adjustment. And the Waste and the Planning have 2 members of council on them, with the mayor being ex officio, and the Waste Committee has 3 members of council on it. And the terms of reference for the Waste Management Committee state that council can at any time review the terms of reference for any sort of amendments, and also review if the committee itself is needed. Wait, that's my next report, never mind. So this report is just about all committee terms of reference. I'm getting myself confused. So the reason for this report is because I recently took part in a training session from George Cuff about good governance. And one of the points he reiterated a few times is that his recommendation is that members of council should not be part of any of these committees, as members of council are to act as liaisons and not advocates when it comes to being on a committee, because it would be the citizens on those committees that would be the advocates for the purpose of what they're meeting for. So my recommendation is to have staff amend all the committee terms of reference and remove the appointment of councillors. And if council does approve that recommendation, that we would either advertise for the vacancies on each committee to members of the public, because there would be at least 2 people who would be off the committee if this passes, or if this does pass, the other option is to leave the composition as is, so that each committee would be at least 2 people short. So not only was the recommendation made by Mr. Cuff in the seminar that I took, but over the years in having discussions with citizen members of committees, a few of them have felt quite uncomfortable during committee meetings when it appears to them that the meetings sort of turn political as opposed to information gathering. So those are the reasons why I wrote this report, but as with everything, it's definitely up to council how they would like to proceed.
Okay. I'm going to say the hands I've seen so far is Bocheck, Douglas, Cooper. So let's go that way initially, and then I see Wianco. Douglas, Cooper, Wianco. Okay, so I'm going to say, Councillor Bocheck, you get to lead it off as a councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with this enacting the terms of reference, not allowing council members to sit on there. Firsthand, I chaired and sat on the policing committee, and I resigned from it for that exact same reason. And then I joined the planning committee and sat on the planning committee for a number of months, and resigned from the planning committee because of that same reason. My influence as a councillor and as a politician dictated the meeting. And we weren't getting a clear consensus of what the public wanted because the council member or the council members had an agenda or wanted to move certain points forward and drive certain points home. So it wasn't a clear understanding from the community of what they were looking for. And most recently, I resigned from the Committee of Adjustments for a number of reasons, but one being the same thing. We cannot make decisions on matters in council that we go into committees and lobby for, whether it's the planning committee for a certain height to a roof line or whatever. You can't sit on those committees and I guess express your own feelings towards it, but then it comes back to council and you vote on it. I think we need to hear from the public. We can hear from the councillors here at the councillor meetings. We can get their feelings of what they want at the councillor meetings. So I'm all in favor of moving this forward and having no councillors or the mayor sit on any committee meetings, and I would be completely prepared to move ahead with this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, I had you next.
Yep, thank you for that. Well, I really don't have much to add to Councillor Bochuk's comments on that. He's pretty much touched on the same thing I was going to say, but I will reiterate a couple of things. I also chaired the policing committee, and also for a number of years I was appointed to the Committee of Adjustments, and I can tell you that even if it's by inadvertence, you know, there's a crossover there, and I totally agree that it should be community-based committees, and I mean I would assume that this is why some of the education is coming through with our CAO from what she's done recently. So I'm going to say that this is being recognized fairly widely in municipal politics. For me, I totally would like to see this go forward. I do think it should be our community that makes these committees and makes decisions based on their knowledge and their decisions without the influence of one of the political councillors sitting on.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
So I'd expressed, thank you, Mayor. I'd expressed the interest in having this in committee of a whole discussion, because it is a very in-depth sort of subject where we're just sort of scratching the surface here. I will offer a couple of things. For example, we're part of the District of Muskoka. All committees at the District of Muskoka are made up of councillors, no members of the public. Members of the public are invited to speak. That's the way it works at the district. I would also say that this is, if we'd have to do some research on this, but I would say that while there may be some municipalities in the province doing this, I wouldn't say that most are. So I think we need to be clear in terms of whether that is the case or not. But most importantly, I think whether we go in one direction or another, I think it would be really critical that each of us have an opportunity to have a discussion at the committee of a whole as to what committees we have, what the mandate is for those committees, who should be members, who shouldn't be members. Do we need subject matter experts on our committees? We need a certain, if they're not experts, subject matter experts, in other words, designated, certainly a certain level of exposure and experience. I think there are those that may not agree with that, but I happen to believe that the concept of everyman committees, which sort of is what this is, in other words, and it was something that was promoted in our previous administration and our CAO, was that everyman committees were a good thing. I would argue, and that's why I wanted this to go to committee of a whole, that everyman committees are a bit like having a jury making a decision with the prosecutor no judge, and so we've got half the story. So, and that's what can happen in some of these committees if you don't have a sort of a fulsome oversight of the decision-making on these committees. So I would also like to think about how and who, so I said who we recruit, but how we recruit members to make sure we end up with members that are appropriate. So I think there's so many things to consider here that I'm very uncomfortable rushing this through today. We've had this structure for a long time. I think we need to be very careful about making such a dramatic change. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yanko.
I'm kind of on the fence on this particular one. I can see the benefits of councillors being on the Committee of Adjustment, because how else do you learn the planning regulations if you're not involved in it and having to make decisions on it? So there was a benefit for training to have councillors on the Committee of Adjustment. On the Waste Committee, it was benefit to have me on there because I also represent the waste issues at the district, and that would bring that issue there. That would be some kind of overlap between the district and the township. I can also see the mayor being involved in some of this because he does represent the entire the township, both Bay and Inland, and would bring both of those concepts together. So I see the benefit of having either members or the mayor on some of these committees. But if I had to vote, I know some members on these committees, be it Committee of Adjustments or whatever, they do have an agenda themselves. And that sometimes comes out during some of these discussions, which is maybe not appropriate. So if I was to vote today, I would suggest that no councillors be on any committee. But I like to think that the mayor himself would monitor these committees, because quite often when some of the resolutions come to council for approval, there's some background that is missing. And our notes from those meetings aren't good enough to pick up the discussion that went on. And it's nice to have somebody who sat on that committee, who will monitor the committee, bring that discussion or what happened at the council, what happened at the committee level to council and so on. So I don't know how we get around that, because just looking at the resolutions we've received from some of these committee meetings really don't tell you a lot. Didn't tell you the background and so on. And that's why the councillors were good to have on it. So I don't know. If there's a vote today, I probably would vote not to have any members on.
Thank you. Councillors Jarvis or Hazelton, do you want to jump in round one? Jarvis, put your hand up first, even though Hazelton nodded his head before Jarvis, but I'm going to go with the hand. Sorry, Councillor Hazelton. It'll have to be the hand.
I got it muted before as well. I've been, my experience now is around the Committee of Adjustment, and I've actually the opportunity to talk to another member of the Committee of Adjustment who's not a councillor. I think that the premise for changing the composition of committees at this time, I don't go by that at all. I find that having a council representative on committees is worthwhile. It's great for cross communication. It's great for knowledge gathering and dispensing. Agendas, anybody who comes onto a committee can come onto a committee with an agenda, whether it's a councillor or somebody from the public. I don't think that doesn't fly with me at all. I think that also before we make any decision along these lines with committees, I think the public should be involved in some form or other with what decision it is that we come to. And a committee of a whole would be a great way to do that and give people some time to weigh in on this. If I were to vote today, I would be voting against the resolution as it currently stands. I'd be going for councillor representation on committees. I think it's critical to the way our democracy in this area works. And from the standpoint of having public input, we as councillors get public input. We're providing public input. We represent public input at council, and I think also at the committee level. So I think it's very important that we stick with what we have right now, and that's how I'd like to look at it. Again, if we want to move forward on this, I would really strongly agree with councillors Cooper and Hazelton with regards to bringing this to a cow. And so hold it for the time being and have a decision down the road. Thank you.
It's interesting, Councillor Jarvis, how you seem to know what Councillor Hazelton is about to say. Councillor Hazelton.
Good news is I've already said that piece, so he was just picking up on what I'd said earlier. So I would like to kind of start off my comments by kind of challenging the source of this guidance to our CAO, in that what Mr. Cuff is apparently suggesting seems to fly in the face of the structure of almost every township and town city that I've been able to research. And so I think before we make any decisions, what we should be doing is trying to find out, are there any towns, cities, whatever, who have abolished council presence and participation in committees? Because I know in our township, if my memory serves me correctly, we at one point in time had no lay people on committees, and then we started reintroducing the concept of lay people. I can tell you from some of the research that I've done that most towns and cities use councillors extensively on committees. And so that causes me a little concern that we have this fellow who's providing these other recommendations. I've gone and researched the Ontario Municipal Councillors Guide of 2018, and I see that it clearly states that committees are made up of councillors and sometimes members of the public. It never suggests ever that a committee is ever struck with only members of the public. So that causes me great concern that we would be thinking of going in this totally drastic, dramatic difference change. And I'd like to kind of frame my my biggest concerns here as I don't disagree with our CAO that we have perhaps some challenges with our committees. I will offer that interestingly, on the Honey Harbor CAG, where there are no councillors, there is massive intimidation or timidness of people to speak up on matters. And so the councillor representation is irrelevant. I know from talking to the people on Honey Harbor CAG that they are very, very reserved in kind of choosing to step up, and only when they get to a crisis mode, as we have seen recently, do they decide to finally speak up and offer their opinion. So I will reject the councillor role as being an intimidating role. But other research that I've done from a tiny little city in southern Ontario called Welland, where what they have produced is a handbook for advisory committees. And it occurs to me that if we have a problem with our committees, if we think we have a problem, perhaps rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater, what we should be thinking about is refocusing our energies on how we can make these committees more effective. I don't disagree that there may be terms of reference challenges, but I don't think you throw the committee concept out and the councillor roles on those committees out as with the baby in the bathwater. I think you try to revisit what you are trying to accomplish with these committees. And I think that if we think about council today, we are expected to listen to material that comes to us, listen and read the reports, and quote, make decisions. Committee of the Whole is intended to be a discussion area in general for exploring topics without making decisions. Committees are really one step below that, which is a discussion environment from which you can say things and explore, hopefully explore various different strategies and attitudes and approaches, and then elevate that up. Historically, committees have reported to the Committee of the Whole, and Committee of the Whole has reported to Council. And so you've ended up with a couple of layers there where you have been able to introduce lots of discussion. And I think that if we kill this concept of councillor participation on committees, we are killing this opportunity for discussion. And I would say that one of the biggest problems that I see on our current councillor structure is that we have problems, but we don't discuss them. And we have elephants in the room, and we don't discuss those. So I would say that we need more opportunities for discussion, and councillor participation in committee achieves that. And I would very strongly support that we continue down that path. Thank you.
All right, if I can get I'm going to comment before we go into a second round. I will admit that when I first saw this idea, I kind of cringed. The more I saw it, the more I liked it. I think that what I see, I'm going to try to respond to various comments I've heard so far, but I believe we are in one sense confusing committees with what I would call community advisory groups. And I don't know if those are the right titles, but the reason I say that is, for instance, Councillor Cooper made reference to the Muskoka district having its committees. Well, those committees do not have public representation. Those committees were designed to organize the council into becoming what they felt would be a more effective way of doing business. Certainly those committees receive information from the public, they receive information from staff, but what they do is they take the business of their council and divide it up into 4 broad categories, and a third of the council or a quarter of the council are on that committee to listen to those and then report back to council as a whole. Not council of the whole, but the entire council, I guess would be better wording. So I think that's very different than creating a group where we want to receive public input. And so I think that's an important distinction to understand, that we have 2 different kinds, in my mind, of committees when we use the word committees. One is let me call it a way of structuring how we do business, and the other is receiving input from the public. And I believe input from the public is very important to how we do our job. I have attended most of the committee meetings and advisory group meetings that has happened over the last few years, often as a silent observer. So one of my comments is that there was concern about, and they used the example, Committee of Adjustment as a training ground, or not being aware of the background discussions that are behind the resolutions presented to council. Well, I would argue that if it's a committee organized or an advisory group organized by our council, all of us are free to attend and observe. And I've certainly made a habit of doing that, and that can be very informative. And one of the things I have observed on numerous meetings is where councillors, I would say often inadvertently, but councillors take over. They have a political agenda, and they can't help but have that political agenda come out during the meeting. And at times, I believe that means we've lost the input from the community. And I think that is a very unfortunate loss. I've heard Councillor Hazelton say how he's heard from people in the community advisory group for Honey Harbor that they feel intimidated. Well, I've heard quite the opposite from a number of the members, who they appreciate having the opportunity to meet and discuss without councillors directing their discussion, but rather being the other way around. The biggest complaint I've had from that group is they haven't met often enough, and and so I think that, you know, to me, that's an example of a group where we have learned things from, because they've had a variety of citizens there that have known things that none of us as councillors knew until they informed us. And so I think that works very well. And so I find myself actually quite in favor of the idea, but I think it's important that we make the distinction. And the distinction is between a committee of council where a subset of councillors may go off and do work and then report back to the council, is a different thing than soliciting opinions from our residents and getting their input and their, as Councillor Cooper often refers to, their expertise. And I think there's no question that we have residents who have expertise that none of us in council have. And I think that's where an advisory, call it an advisory committee or an advisory group, I think can be very useful. And I get frustrated when I feel that their effectiveness has been reduced because of councillor participation. And I've witnessed that a few times. I think that, you know, if we are appointing an advisory group or a committee, regardless of whether there's a councillor on it or not, there is a staff member or two that are taking notes and organizing these meetings. And I think that is also a source. Not only do they give us the summary resolutions or recommendations, but they also give us the source of, you know, if there's background information. They'd also be one source, is what I mean to say. I'm a little surprised when Councillor Hazelton brings up the point that we don't discuss things often enough. Our meetings are getting longer and longer and longer. And if that means we're not discussing things enough, then I have to wonder about the effectiveness of our discussion. Or is it that you're frustrated that the discussion hasn't gone down the path that you wish because some other councillors wanted to go in another direction? So I find myself at this point definitely in favor of this. I am not arguing with the idea that we, whether it be in council or in COW, discuss terms of reference of particular committees or future committees and who we want to have on those committees. But that's not what's in front of us right now. In front of us right now is the question of whether or not councillors should be on committees. And I will, if it's not obvious, my conclusion at this moment, and we're going to go into another round of discussion here, is that I like the idea of removing councillors from committees, because I think then the committees will actually be more informative and more effective in reporting information to council. Councillor Cooper, you want to start round two?
Might be round 2 of 14, but here we go.
Still round 2.
So I think there's things that we could talk about in terms of your comments about the district, but just to get to the meat of the matter, I think there's a lot of things that we may not have fully considered here. Committees can also, by definition, in the municipal bylaws and so on, or the municipal act, I should say, could include boards. So are our councillors also saying that they're not going to sit in any boards? Because it's pretty much the same thing. These are boards that some of us sit on, whereby we're there to represent our township. Should that be a councillor or should it be somebody else? A lot of these committees are also impacted in terms of sort of the financial aspects. We also need to be able to, and in my view, and why councillors need to be on so many of these things, bring forward what our citizens, our constituents, and if we don't have our ears to the ground, then I don't know who does. And as far as it being our agendas and in terms of, you know, it's making it political, I somewhat take offense to that. I think that's a big stretch, an exaggeration. I think when I go to a meeting, I try not to think about what Peter Cooper wants. I try and think about what my community wants. Broadly, the township of Georgian Bay, more specifically, coastal Georgian Bay, and I don't see how that's political. So I think that is troublesome. And if there are certain members of committees that are reticent to speak up, I would suggest that maybe they aren't the right people for those committees. I really find it difficult to see that that people are not being allowed to speak, and if they're very shy and are reticent to bring their points of view forward, then perhaps they're not suited to the committee structure. My final point will be here, and that is that this is a big deal. And I would strongly urge, I don't care whether it's specifically related to council, I still think there's a lot of questions here, including having information in terms of guidance from sort of the provincial level, consistency in terms of looking across other municipalities in the province to find out what's going on, because I think we're trying to do something here that's quite unusual. And that's why I suggest that I would strongly recommend that we have a full discussion at the Committee of the Whole in the very near future. And so thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck.
Well, great input from everybody. And I actually want to thank Councillor Hazelton and Councillor Cooper for enlightening me on a few points, which have brought to my attention the fact that whereas the terms of reference of the Waste Committee simply state that they discuss and bring recommendations back to council, the Planning Committee, the terms of reference say that they are to discuss matters given to them by the Planning Department and discussed and bring recommendations back to council. The Committee of Adjustments terms of reference don't say that. Terms of reference for the Committee of Adjustments is they make rulings, they make decisions. They are basically a court of appeals. So I don't think we can lump this all together. If the Committee of Adjustments were to simply meet with all members of the public, take input, and then bring a recommendation to council from the Committee of Adjustments, then I could see this being workable. But I can see the Waste Committee not needing a council member. I can see the Planning Committee perhaps not needing a member. Committee of Adjustments is a different type of committee. We're making judgments there. It's a quasi-judicial system where that committee actually makes decisions. So whereas you have a committee that isn't making decisions and only recommendations to council, I think that's ideal because they discuss it all, they can bring it to us, and ultimately we have the decision to ask them to discuss it further, pass it, decline it, or defer it, which is ideal. The Committee of Adjustments, this council doesn't have that opportunity. Those decisions are made at the Committee of Adjustments. So why I thanked Alan and Peter for enlightening me a little bit on this is maybe we do need to have a little more discussion on how different committees are going to deal with this new onslaught of not having councillors on them. So I don't think we have all the answers yet. I was hoping we would today. But when it comes to the Committee of Adjustments being a quasi-judicial committee that does render judgments on our community and the rest of them don't, I think it's different. So I don't think we can say broadly remove all councillors from all committees. I think the ones that sit and do recommendations to council, they don't need councillors. But the ones that actually make decisions, I think might need councillors. We're not going to make that decision here today. So maybe we do need to have further discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rienko.
Yeah, I think I just on that last issue, I think I tend to agree with Councillor Bocheck that maybe we should have council members on the Committee of Adjustments. But if we're still debating about having councillors on other committees like the Planning Committee or the Waste Committee, why don't we just make them ad hoc committees? make the waste committee ad hoc, make the planning committee ad hoc, and that way we have all public members. And I would be more than happy with that. But when you start calling them committees of council, that tends to me says maybe we should have councilors on there to give us some kind of direction and represent. Like on the waste committee, Councillor Cooper represents the Bay, I represent the inland. I think it's appropriate maybe to have, if that's what we call the committee of council. So maybe it is appropriate to have council members on it, but if it's an ad hoc, then we shouldn't have any members on it. So maybe just change the name. That might be a solution to this whole thing.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis. Oh, sorry, CAO Gumby, were you trying to put your hand up?
Well, I did put my hand up, but that's okay. I just wanted to state that as you can tell by me not looking at the computer, I am taking notes of everyone's comments. So I just wanted to toss out there that it's also a possibility, as has been suggested, that there would not be a decision made today, but I do have everyone's sort of comment suggestions. And if council wants, I can come back with revised terms of reference, including some of these suggestions to a future meeting, committee of the whole, and then they can be discussed there where there's actual draft documents to review and comment on.
Well, actually that's where I was headed, because there's no question in my mind that if we took a vote, it would be a split vote and an unhappy split vote, not just a polite disagreement. There are 3 councillors that haven't had a second round. I think maybe we'll give those 3 councillors a chance if they want to take it. And then my recommendation would be to council that we refer this back to our CAO for a more fulsome report in the future. So Councillor Douglas, Councillor Jarvis, and that would leave Councillor Hazelton, whatever order the 3 of you want to go. I think I saw Councillor Jarvis's hand first a while ago.
Okay, I'll mute back up.
Okay, and then Councillor Douglas followed by Councillor Hazelton. How's that?
Okay. So I'm on. Okay, I'm on, right? Good. Thank you. I really appreciate Councillor Bochek's comments. Right along the lines of the way I was thinking. It's nice to have committees that report back to council, and council makes decisions based on recommendations from committees. And perhaps maybe those committees don't need council representation. I'm not sure I agree with that. But in the case specifically of committees where decisions are being made, and committee of adjustment comes immediately to mind, I think there is that critical feature that we are abdicating our responsibilities as opposed to delegating our responsibilities in that very specific situation. And I don't like that. With regards to how people are able to or not able to or feel they can or can't make their own comments known at committee level, I think that's their decision. I think that's patently absurd that people would, be on a committee or volunteer to be on a committee or be assigned to be on a committee by council and not be able to speak their mind. That's part of the reason for being on a committee, is so that you can get your points across, whether you're as personally as you represent the public or as a councillor representing a group, portion of the public. So I really have trouble with that idea as well. I really do feel that specifically with regards to committee of adjustment, a decision-making entity, I think we need to have representation there. But I also feel that on the other committees, I think it's really important from the standpoint of representing our constituents that we should be there. Those are my points of view. I think I'm repeating myself, but I'd like to really just take over this whole council right now and recommend that we just all vote in favor of keeping council on. If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'll just recommend that.
Appreciate your recommendation, but I'm afraid I'm not going to take it this time. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I just want to, valid points from everybody today, and obviously we need more discussion on a number of things. But I just like to bring to everyone's attention, and maybe we can ask staff to come back with some information on this. I know that the CAO in Orillia and Barrie are strictly citizens. And I would like to know, maybe our staff can reach out to both those areas to find out how well those committees are working, or if there has been any opinions formed from, and how long they've been operating like that. I would like to know that for future discussion, if I may, because I'm not so sure that, well, I don't see what the difference is if we have a member of council sitting on the the COA, because we have an opportunity to watch it. We aren't going to be the deciding vote on what's going on there, and I don't think we're going to know anything more than the other members sitting on the Committee of Adjustment. So I have a little bit of a mixed, feeling about that. But I would like to know how some of these committees. Barrie is a fairly large area that has nothing, no one but citizens sitting on it. There are no councillors, and same with Orillia. So I'd like to get some information back, some feedback, if at all possible, if our staff can find that out, as to how those committees are running without councillors on them. Yeah, thank you.
Theo Gumby.
I just wanted to state that I am a member of a Committee of Adjustment in Severn Township, and Miss Lemieux is a member of Committee of Adjustment in Barrie. So we could provide some insights at a future report about how we find that to operate without councillors.
Okay, Councillor Hazelton. Councillor Cooper, I'm going to end this after 2 rounds, and you've had 2 chances. So I'm going to give Councillor Hazelton a chance now because he's only had 1.
Thank you. Hearing a lot of things, some of which I find concerning, but I'll kind of focus my first comment on. We've heard a request to bring comments back to Township Council on how other cities, whatever environments, are working where they have no councillors on committees. I think it would be responsible for our staff to provide us a summary of towns, cities, townships, etc. in Ontario, and how many have gone to the no councillors on committee structure, because I can say that I haven't found too many. That's it's interesting to know how they are functioning where there aren't any, but I think it's more important to understand about going in a different direction. If we are going in that direction with a relatively small population of other communities, or whether this is a dramatic trend. Second of all, I did want to offer a comment here that I'm a little concerned that we are demonizing this term political. Political in the context of a US 2-party system, or a Canadian mostly 3-party system, where people engage in political views aimed at supporting the party and combating with other parties, is often what the word political really refers to. In a small municipality where we are at in the township of Georgian Bay, there is no party system. And as I think I've heard from a couple of other councillors, the objective of a councillor being a so-called political role is to represent their community. And so the strength of that councillor in effectively representing the community is perhaps getting reelected next time, but also how much backlash they get or don't get from their community, or perhaps said positively, how much support they get from their community on matters that they bring forward. And I would suggest that this term political in the context of a municipal scenario is not in fact a negative term. It is in fact a very positive term, because we are therefore representing our communities. And I don't see anything wrong with us representing our communities. But I would like to bridge back to what I said earlier, and that is, and with no disrespect to our mayor, yes, we do have lots of conversation in these meetings. We're getting more and more conversation in these meetings, but these are all highly, highly structured meetings where one person talks, and then the next person talks, and then the next person talks, and you have 2 rounds, and then you're shut off. Whereas in a committee structure, you don't have that highly structured environment. And historically, what I've heard is that often the business of the council of a township is performed at the committee structure level and then brought back through either committee of the whole or directly to council. And if that is true, then removing councillors from committees removes the ability of a councillor who is representing his community and presumably not voting on his own personal interests, but voting on the interests of the community, bringing those ideas forward. And we have likely a topic coming forward where we're all getting plagued with all kinds of letters of, we want you to support this, which is something new and different from what our township has done. And I can tell you up front that that is not something that I would have supported ever if I was asked personally, but I am reaching out to my community to try to get their opinions so that I can effectively represent them. Now, that is political. That is me representing my community. And I think that is what we are all elected to do. And to remove the opportunity for open discussion, to share ideas in a more informal manner, which is what a committee structure I think is intended to do, is cutting us off at the knees, so to speak. So anyways, I think those are important things we need to consider as we consider this topic.
Thank you. I'll end this round and this overall discussion with a couple of observations. One is clearly that many of us understand the word committee a little differently than others, and that's because it's been applied in different ways at different times with different intentions. So I think that difference of interpretation is very understandable, because each committee we have is slightly different than the others, and also the mandates are different. I disagree with the suggestion that we are abdicating our authority, because committees aren't designed, with the exception of the Committee of Adjustment. It is a true exception. Committees aren't designed to make decisions. They are designed to, in my opinion, provide input, provide information, recommendations. It's the council that makes decisions. I also think, though, if we're talking about the Committee of Adjustment as a decision-making body, which it is, having 2 councillors on that committee of 7, those 2 councillors are going to be outvoted if, so it's more a question of influence as opposed to a vote to get those decisions made. And my final comment, and a number of you suggested, well, if people are feeling intimidated, maybe they don't belong on the committee or whatever the committee may be. I've been on a significant number of committees, councils, boards, advisory groups, and all that, both in my business life as well as in my volunteer life and now council life. And I can tell you that the great majority of boards that are groups or whatever you want to call them that I've been involved with tend to fall under the influence of 1 or 2 key people. They tend to speak up more readily. They tend to domineer more readily than the rest. And it takes a strong leader or a strong group of people to say, oh, wait a minute here, let's get this conversation balanced, versus just letting the person who speaks the loudest win. And so I've greatly respect those citizens of those residents of our township who say, well, sometimes they feel a little intimidated by 1 or 2 other people on that particular group. Because I've watched that happen for decades in various types of groups, and I think we have to be a little bit sensitive to that. With that, I'm going to recommend that we refer this back to our CAO for a more fulsome report in the future. I think she's heard a lot of input. I think it's been very valuable input. And I'm very glad that it's been quite mixed input. And I think that all of us should happily await her further report, and we'll have further discussion on this because I think it's a worthwhile topic to discuss further.
Point of order.
Yes.
I just would like to ask that if we're voting on this, that we provide clarity as to where this report will be held. I was strongly encouraging a discussion at committee of a whole as opposed to council. So just I'd like to suggest that that be part of the recommendation when we come back. Thank you.
I wasn't planning on calling a vote, but if you want to call it, I'll let Clerk Way decide how we conclude this. We know roughly where we want to go.
I don't want to vote, sorry, just to be clear. I just want to make it clear that where it should go. Thank
Clerk Way.
I think similar to the draft code of conduct and the draft procedure bylaw, they've kind of flipped back and forth between council and COW. I think this can be done the same way. It's being referred back to staff. I think staff have the understanding that council wishes it to come forward to COW. So that's where it will come back, and we don't need a motion to do so.
Okay. With that, I'm going to suggest we break for lunch. It's 12:25 according to my clock. At 1 o'clock, we know that we're going to have some input in regards to the modernization funding final report. So I would suggest at 1 o'clock, we go to item 9F and reconvene at that time. So 35 minutes, and we'll see you all this afternoon. Thank you.
Peter K, did I miss anything in that? We got storms coming through our property here, so I got kicked off the internet. Did I miss anything at all?
I didn't see when you cut out. We've referred the committee terms of reference back to the staff for further reporting.
Okay, and that was.
And after that, we broke for lunch.
Okay, thanks.
So
we're still having storms going through here, so I might be in and out.
yeah, no, I know it's quite a bit of snow outside the window here and a bit of wind, but we'll see what the signal does for us. All right, all I need is a clerk and a CAO, and I think we can move ahead. Oh, they're showing up. It's 1 o'clock.
Karen, can you?
So I believe we've been streaming through our lunch break, if I understand it correctly. So therefore, it's now 1 o'clock. Let's get back to it. And we're going to go back to item 9F, the Financial Services Report 2020-30, Modernization Funding Final Report. Ms. Boutier, over to you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So this was an initiative that the township applied for in 2019, and it was modernization funding from the province. And you had a few options of items you could apply for, but they all had to be in relation to modernization. As we've discussed before, we applied for the modernization of online services, and we had done an RFP, contracted the Perry Group to do that. We are now at the final stages. I would just like to mention that the final reporting deadline for the grant was December 4th. Therefore, the final report has been submitted to the ministry. But I think it's important to close the loop here in terms of council and present to you the findings and also recommendations to move forward. Now, Rhonda is here from the Perry Group, and she has prepared a presentation because the report is lengthy, as some of you have mentioned. So she's gonna be able to present here, the shorter version of the report. So I'm gonna hand it over to her, and then I have a few additional attachments that relate to the resolution subsequent to her presentation.
Okay, thank you. It's fun.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for having me here today. And I'm just going to share my screen, if that's okay. I've got the presentation on the screen. So I will go forward and share. Can everyone see my screen? And if I put it in screen mode, everyone can see. Perfect. So I'm here today to present an overview of the report. The Perry Group specializes in technology and digital strategy for municipalities. And we've worked with over 120 municipalities across Canada, both small and large. So we were selected through the RFP process, as Julie has mentioned. And it really was to conduct a review of the township's online services. So it was to identify opportunities and priorities for moving services online and determine the most suitable approach to achieve these goals. So whenever we do these type of projects, we like to put things into context. So we think it's important to think about the context in which the township offers and delivers services. So if you think about services industries and how technology has disrupted all services, and especially during COVID times, if we think about how you bank, how you book a trip, how you book an event, things like Uber, insurance now, the claims are done online. You can even do healthcare online, and even consulting can happen online. So if we think about Service Ontario, you can renew your health card and driver's license, doing things just through online services. You can get passports. And then these are the services that your customers are starting to expect. And so I'll give you a few stats here, but there's 92% of Ontarians are actually online. 88% bank online, 76% own smartphones, and the fastest growing segment of internet users is our seniors. 71% regularly go online. So fundamentally, expectations have changed and services, online services are more in demand. So we looked at your online services, and over the past 10 years of working with different municipalities, again, both small and large, we developed a list of those services that are commonly offered online by other municipalities. You are a small community, so it's not surprising that a lot of services are not implemented to be online services. But that also means there's lots of opportunities to look at putting things online. So which ones do we move online? Consultants started with a list of 45 candidate services to move online. We use various factors, including impacts to customers, volume, and difficulty to implement. And we worked with SMT and staff to boil it down to 10 priorities that you see here in front of you. So with these services being prioritized, we next looked at the technology environment to see what technologies you already had in place and what could help moving services online. So this diagram here is a diagram that the Perry Group has put together. And in the course of assessing, we look at, if you look at the bottom layer there where it says infrastructure, that's where Helix is operating today, and they're doing a good job at stabilizing the infrastructure layer. It's largely green in this area. There is lots of white if you look above that, and white indicates gaps. So there is major work that is required next in the business solutions area. And these are the solutions that run your payroll, issue permits, book facilities, and track service requests. So there's work to be done in this layer, but in parallel, we should also introduce some online services. We strategically really need to work on an ERP, but in the short term, we can introduce some low-cost, high-impact services that can save time and improve customer service. So after meeting with your SMT, it was apparent that the long-term solution was an ERP solution. And in the short term, there are some things such as e-forms, e-payments, service requests, and even things like Office 365, being able to book meetings and schedule such as fire inspections online. So the recommendations. To be successful going forward, there are several areas that the township should consider. So Helix looks after your infrastructure layer, and they're doing a great job. And that is the bottom layer of the MTMM diagram that we saw previously. But you don't have anyone hired internally to help out in the other three areas. The suggestion, the recommendation would be hiring a new IT resource to manage those business system implementation layers. Those are the top three layers, and they would help you implement those solutions. Redesigning processes is also key. So you want to look and redesign processes before you begin to digitize them so that you know you have the most streamlined process and you can take advantage of those solutions. And the last is the implementation and the purchase of an ERP solution. You know, the benefit of an ERP is that it's integrated and can offer some online services with this integrated ERP. So we put a snapshot of the budget. This is the budget that the Perry Group has put together. It's an estimate of the costs, which the township can interpret and incorporate into future budget planning. So if you see there, there is no question that there are significant costs and investment that's required in modernizing an ERP. But there are some also low cost solutions to move things online and help out while the ERP is being sought out and implemented. So the benefits of moving online. In 2020, customers actually expect to be able to transact online. And it's not taking away other channels of transacting, so still including the phone and the face-to-face opportunities for people to interact, but it's also offering online solutions. It does save staff time administratively for staff to be able to work on that more value-added work. It definitely makes it easier for customers to be able to interact and do business with the township, so not just through the business hours, but through other hours. And it does offer that one version of the truth. So by integrating information, you have one version of the truth and not many versions of what the financials or other information are. So with that, it's a very short synopsis of the very lengthy report that we did put together and send to you. And with that, I would like to thank you for providing the opportunity today to meet with yourself and see if you have any questions.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But yet you want to add anything before we turn it over to council?
Maybe just one little statement that when Rhonda mentions low-hanging fruits, we got to understand that that's a quick way to get to an online service, but not necessarily an efficient way to get there. So that means in the back end, it may cause more work at the onset.
So are you saying you don't want to do that? Or do you just want us to understand it's quick, but not necessarily the best?
That's correct. I just want you guys to understand that there are quick ways to get there, but they're not optimal, let's just say.
Okay. Council, who wants to raise their hand first? Okay, nobody's raised their hand yet. Oh, no. Councilor Yanko, you edged out Councilor Hazelton.
Oh, wow. What happened? We lost our IT director at one time. Did we ever replace him at all? What's the status on that?
Through your worship, we had an IT manager of IT. That was replaced with managed service, which is Helix. And that was brought forward to council that once the migration and upgrades to our systems were done, we'd be coming back to council with a report, and that should be around April or May of 2021 to determine our course of action moving forward. So, but the person that Rhonda is talking about is not what we used to have. So what we used to have was somebody managing the servers and the back end. And I think I want to be specific that what Rhonda and the Perry Group are recommending is actually a data specialist. So not a systems or not a server administrator, tech support type of position. Is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, that hopefully you're asking me. That is correct. We are recommending that it would be not a hardware specialist like Helix offers, but rather an individual that could bridge the gap between the business and the IT and be able to implement those business systems.
And that recommendation will be coming in the springtime to council?
Through your worship, there is a position in the 2021 operating budget, which is a data and asset management specialist. So, but it will not come forward without a full analysis of our IT needs for the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hazelton.
So you commented, Julie, that this was a long report, and I agree. Perhaps I should say, sadly, I've read it. And first of all, I applaud the work that you have done and that Rhonda, that you have done. And I was very delighted to see some of the priorities that you have come out with. a couple of things that I would offer is, on one hand, the objectives that you're chasing are to handle activities of the township and trying to find ways of kind of offsetting the automation of those activities with cost savings and so on. And I get that. That's important. The one thing that I haven't seen in here that I would love to see is ways in which we can leverage some of these capabilities so that we as counselors can get greater visibility into what's going on in our wards. And unlike a more traditional road access environment where it's very easy to send out flyers and communicate with your residents and so on, in a water access community, it's extremely difficult. And so outbound communications, like you would see in a city with a road structure, are almost impossible. Inbound communications are really a function of when a resident is really irritated about a particular topic, only then do they decide to stand up and be counted. And so I do see that you've got some capabilities in here. The one that I'm kind of currently looking at here in your report is the council representation and citizen engagement, and talk about, the ability to seek online input. But one of the things that, have been surfaced several times over the last couple of years is, I'll throw this out as, who is the customer? And in the world of paying taxes, the customer is the guy who owns the property. But that generally isn't the user of the property. It's the guy that pays the taxes. And we see that we have a population of, a permanent population of 5,000, but we have a seasonal population of 18,000 or thereabouts. And so what we have then is 13,000 people that we don't know who they are. We don't know how to communicate with them. And we don't know what their attitudes are unless they are really irritated about a particular topic. And so when it comes to looking at a system like this, I think we want to be it's really critical that we understand the difference between these processes that you are designing to increase the efficiencies of the township, which I 100% support and applaud. But I think in the process of solving those problems, we also have an opportunity to learn and identify who our customers really are, not just the tax paying customer. They're important, I get that, but all these other customers, all these other users of our community, who are the people that influence other things about what is going on in our township, preferences, and et cetera. They too, a large number of them are candidates for voting as well. So in our township, we don't just have property owners and spouses who are able to vote, but there's a much larger community. So what I'm not seeing in the report is that stuff, and I don't want to change the priority necessarily, but I would like to suggest that something that delivers value to counselors in our role as representing our community is extremely important. And this one bullet of council representation and citizen engagement, I think is maybe the beginning, but I think it's a long ways from where it really could be or should be. And I would like to offer that up as a what I'll call a high priority from a council perspective versus a township staff perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and thank you, Rhonda. I just had, and of course, Julie. Couple of questions. Question, first of all, there was reference made, and this is just a sort of a technical question, and I'm not an IT specialist by any means, but you were talking about somebody looking after our servers. Are we not in an age now where a lot of our data would be in a cloud? It's just a question.
Through you, your worship, there was a separate report on our IT strap plan, just, I believe, within the last 2 months that discussed that we are fully in the clouds now and discussed all of the upgrades that we have done in 2020 in relation to that. So it doesn't matter if your services are on premise or in the clouds, you still need somebody to add, remove users, offer technical support. You know, any matters that need, you know, printing support, all of those things. So it doesn't matter if our servers are on the cloud or not. We still need that specialist in the back end, and we have heard time and time again. Also taking care of all of our security needs, which is a big part of what we've undergone in 2020. So I think we made a good move to go to managed services because we could have a range of expertise at a much lower cost than having a staff of possibly 3 or 4 experts.
Counselor, you're muted. I'm afraid we haven't heard that last little bit.
Sorry about that. So I understand what you're talking about here. I just heard the term server, and really what you're saying is what we used to consider as server is really in a cloud for us now, correct? Thank you. Just a couple of other quick points, and Councillor Hazelton has raised sort of the kind of thing that I am particularly high on, and that is customer response. Our customers are our taxpayers, and I think it's important from an IT perspective that it's wonderful that we can sort of have electronic services to collect our taxes, but I think we need a customer service aspect to this as well. CRM system so that we have engagement, and I know there's been some reference to that, but communications and engagement, complaint management, a lot of those things I think maybe coming down the road, but I'm wondering how soon.
Through you, your worship, that's kind of the last part of the blurb that I wanted to talk about subsequent to Rhonda. So I'm not sure if you want me to go there at this point.
That's fine. That's fine. If you're going to address that, and maybe I missed seeing that, but and I apologize. But I just want to put I feel there should be quite a bit of emphasis on that particular aspect. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies, for your report. Greatly appreciated. It gives us a little insight on what's coming along here. Just something that I wanted to ask. You talk about having a support for data implementation and the databases themselves on the servers, whether they be in cloud or wherever they are. I'm just wondering if you could also maybe address, unless it's addressed, you're going to address it, in that report coming back in maybe April, whether or not there's going to be an opportunity to have someone in staff actually at the township to help the staff, such as what we had with our previous employee or your previous employee on the township's payroll, such as David, who helped the employees when they ran into troubles. And a lot of the troubles were with the computers themselves, and including with council when we couldn't get online. Or are we going to have that kind of situation, or are you going to be looking at that again on top of this data person, or will this data person be in-house and be able to work in-house as well? Thank you.
Through you, your worship, this person that we're talking about is not a technician. We do currently have the assistance of Helix IT on any issues, including council issues. There's been a few so far. So right now that's being handled by managed services, and it provides us the opportunity to have different kind of specialists depending on the problem, whether it's a network problem or a data problem or a security problem. We have access to different experts. The report in April will have a costing for bringing back somebody in-house, but that is not the person we're talking about in this modernization report.
Supplement to that, no, I understand that that's not the person. So I guess what I'm getting at is maybe that could be included in the April as to, I know that we have opportunities to work with Helix for specialists, but how is that working timing wise when somebody has a problem right now? Are they able to deal with the problem in real time rather than a phone call going to them and then somebody getting back to you? I think that's more of what I was asking. If that could form part of the report in April of how that's actually working with, it's great to have those various specialists available, but how is it actually working with them not being on site is what I was asking for. Thank you, Julie.
I don't see any other hands at the moment. I'll just ask one question. Well, wait and see others ask. You make reference to the fact that this software is going to cost us $213,600 from the Reserve for Modernization Fund. How much of that Reserve for Modernization came from the province versus from our local taxpayers?
Through your worship, so that was like part two. So part of the report, the modernization report. So Rhonda did with her firm a little bit of studies on what we can do to move things online. And we're coming back to you today as staff with an ERP system that we have found that is called Town Suites. So you just mentioned the costing. So Town Suite is an ERP system. There are other ERP systems out there. I believe the city of Barrie uses something called SAP. And there's ERP systems such as Microsoft Dynamics or even Adobe have ERP systems, but all of them are very costly to implement because they don't specialize in municipal, with potentially the exception of SAP. I'm not 100% sure. But Town Suites is an ERP system that do only municipalities. So they've been in the business for quite some time. And coming back to the price tag that you've mentioned, $213 is for the software purchase and training and installation. And I would like to bring your attention to the attachment 4, which details out the Town Suite ERP. So that's why I wanted to discuss this after Rhonda did her presentation, because Rhonda's not here to tell us which solution is best for our municipality, but she did assist in providing us alternatives. So in parallel, I've been doing a lot of research and found that Town Suites would satisfy about 90% of the holes or gaps that we currently have at the township, including online services. So out of the 213 that we are proposing for this, all of the funds come from the province. In 2019, when we received the unconditional modernization funding of $613,000. So it's fully funded by that initiative. And I also want to focus your attention on page 2 of 3 of that attachment 4, which has the CRS, customer relations management, as part of their software. So it's fully integrated. It can go easily from, somebody filling out a form online, or should they call in with any kind of complaint or question, it all goes through the CRM. And so the person taking the call would actually fill out the same form as if the person was filling it out online, and it would flow through to the proper department based on the category chosen. And we would have record moving forward of all of the customer service that we've performed, and so on. And this goes into then the possibility of creating a work order, whether it's a work order for bylaw enforcement or a work order for operations or rec, turns into a work order. If there's supplies required to fill the work order, it can turn into a purchase order in the accounting system, which then is received. The work order knows that the goods are here, and so on. The bill can get paid. So it's all integrated, which is one thing that we've seen rarely in municipal. It also takes care of building and planning as a separate module. So our building, our planning fees are done at the departmental level. They know if it's been collected. It doesn't have to be manual accounts receivable request for a bill to be created, and so on. So that is essentially the software.
Extremely lengthy response, and right in the very middle was one sentence that I wanted, which was what I wanted, and that is, this is coming from money. We'll be paying for this with provincial money.
Yes.
Thank you. So that was my way of unintentionally stalling much longer to see whether council has any more thoughts. Just for your information or reminder, the resolution that I have in front of me is moved by Councillor Bianco, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council receives a modernization funding final report, and that council approve the expenditure of modernizing the supporting applications of the township to TownSuite Municipal Financial System software at a cost of $213,600 be paid from the the reserve for modernization, and that council approve the expenditures of funds from the reserve for modernization to sign up for an upgrade to the township's GIS system to ESRI or ESRI 3-year term at a maximum cost of $10,000 per year to be determined by a shared service agreement with the District of Muskoka. That's where we're headed. Any more hands up? I mean, I happen to think that this is absolutely going in the right direction. And I appreciate the report and all the detail. And if we can get all this tied together in a variation of an ERP system, I think that'd be very useful to staff. Councillor Jarvis.
Only to comment that I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. And I'm agreeing with you 100%, Mr. Mayor. It's nice to see us moving ahead in this regard. I would like to think that we're not going to be spending significant funds of our own over the next 10 years on this, but inevitably technology costs money. I know that. Anyway, I do appreciate all the work that's been done. So thank you, Rhonda, and thank you, Julie.
Any other comments? I'm just going to add in a personal bugaboo. I hope when you're bringing all these databases together, that includes our various septic system databases for the the building group. With that, I'm going to call for the vote because I don't see any more hands. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes 7. You got it. Let's go. Let's make it happen. And I'm going to make an extra comment, council, and anybody watching. We've had a lot of criticism from a certain portion of our residents about how the office has been closed. We're not doing anything. Everybody's getting a paid holiday of 9 months. It's amazing how much is going on in the background. And the reports that we got from Ms. Boutiette this afternoon are strong proof of how hard people are working in the background, trying to have us moving forward. Whenever I would come into the office to sign things, I'd see where we would normally meet for our private meetings, the closed session meetings, that there was stuff all over the table. They were organizing their files, and they're doing that also electronically. So I think that as much as I would never wish the COVID experience on any of us, I think that the fact that staff has taken advantage of the time and worked hard at trying to move us ahead is more than commendable. That's my little side comment on that. And I thank staff for that, and Ms. Boutiette and the knowledge that she's brought and the energy she brought to this task. Thank you. Okay. Next item on our agenda is a variation of a follow-up on what we ended with before lunch, but in staff report 9L, we have CA report 2020-11 with regards to the Waste Management Committee. CO Gunby?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just to sort of go off of your previous statement, I just want to clarify that there's no way that their staff are just trying to find things to do. So just in case it came across like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. They've been more than busy every time I've seen them.
So this report, I actually wrote this before I wrote the terms of reference report, but the mayor's correct. It does sort of tie in together. And based on the previous discussion, I think I already feel where this might be going. So I bring this report to you just based on where we have and have not gone in the purpose of the committee being formed for the Waste Management Committee. We have had 4 meetings. There have been 2 resolutions passed and then sent to council and then sent to the appropriate agency, whether the district or MECP. I have not received any sort of feedback or answers regarding any of these resolutions. The staff have been discussing this matter with people at the district, as well as councillors and staff have been taking part and at least observing the Engineering and Public Work Committee meetings at the district where this has been discussed. And staff have been meeting with MECP to get sort of answers to questions and see how we can, what sort of suggestions they may entertain moving forward as a solution to the issue we have with regarding the waste management and the removal of the bins. So based on all the work going on behind the scenes, it came to my attention that we might not need the Waste Management Committee because things are still moving ahead, even if these people were not meeting. So I wrote this report for council to determine if they still want the Waste Committee to continue. And if they do, I would recommend that we tighten up the terms of reference because right now, the committee is supposed to talk about the waste management strategy, review the waste management facilities and assets, review the management of waste streams, review the cost of waste management, and then make recommendations. In my opinion, that seems very, very broad. And the meetings have not really come to any sort of brainstorming when it comes to solutions. It just almost seems to be just more of an information gathering, which is fine if that's where council wants the committee to go. But it's my recommendation if the committee is to stay, to tighten up the terms of reference to keep them more focused. And so we can assist sort of quicker when it comes to helping the district and getting their report done. And I have attached the 2 recent presentations from the district when it comes to their waste budget. Unfortunately, I was not able to make the meeting. I think it was last Friday, but Councillor Wayanko, I'm assuming, was there as well as the mayor, and they give you information, but Wayanko just went like this, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I will say that I strongly support the idea of us reviewing the terms of reference. I feel partially guilty myself in that I was keen on this committee having a broad mandate, and experience has taught me that it was too broad. So I'm happy to hear everyone's input at how you'd like to move forward with this. I think it's important to note that, as CEO Gunby has pointed out, there's been lots of discussion, large and small, between various groups of people on this matter. It's not like it's standing still or anything like that, but we have a group of interested citizens, and I think we have to decide whether or not we utilize them, and if so, how we best utilize them going forward on this topic. So I will let councillors speak as whoever. Councillor Cooper is first.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not trying to be first each time, but just briefly, I concur. I think the terms of reference probably need some tightening up. I think it's an important subject, though. It's an incredibly, you ask a lot of people in our township, particularly on coastal Georgian Bay, and it's really one of the few services that they feel they get, whether that's correct or not. It's the reality of the feeling. And so I think it is important for us to get this perhaps moving forward and more defined. That's would be fine with me. So thank you for that.
Councillor Yanko.
Well, thank you for the report, Jessica. It was probably a good time to review the function of the committee. In my opinion, I think we have resolved some of the waste management issues, especially on the inland areas where we've agreed to keep some waste depots. And so it really is coming down to a Honey Harbor issue. What are we going to do with the marina bin sites? And I think 9 of the 16 bin sites that still remain are in Honey Harbor. The other 6 are scattered. I think 2 of them are on the coastal community, the rest of them are inland. But I think it really comes down to the bin sites in the Honey Harbor area. And I'm quite interested in what you say here, that in order for the marinas to have some kind of a waste depot, they have to get to rezoning from the township and then go through the whole certificate of approvals to get the application at their own cost. And so basically it's basically saying private landowners like the marinas are going to be responsible to get their own waste site if they want it. And so that is kind of new information to me. I thought the district was going to be involved, or we were going to be involved, and there wouldn't be an expense to the marinas. But if I was a marina owner and read this today, I would say, holy shit, this is going to cost me a lot of money and time, and there may not be anything in it for me because I'm just providing a place to drop your garbage. So I'm now, based on this report of yours, I'm reconsidering the whole idea that it may not be worth going after some of these bin sites if the property owners aren't on board. So again, it's coming down to a Honey Harbor issue. I'm not going to speak for Honey Harbor. We got enough councillors doing that. And so I'll leave it with them, but it looks like it's getting almost impossible to have every marina in Honey Harbor to have a waste depot site.
Leo Gumby.
Thank you, Your Worship. To answer just a couple of points that Councillor Bianco made, we did have a discussion with Chris Hyde from MECP late last week, and he stated that between all of the requirements for engineers and everything listed in the report, it could be a total of $15,000 for a marina operator to get all of these studies and reports and background information prepared. And he also stated that in other areas, some of the private companies, AKA marinas, have just refused to do that because it costs a lot of money. I know that in discussions with the district that they had offered to pay for some of it, but I don't think they were offering to pay for everything. I think maybe they were offering to pay for the application fee, but that was also just one staff member, and it wasn't a district council decision that they would be doing that.
Yeah, and I want to add, if I can, just before we, and I don't think we want to go too far down this this discussion today, or else we're here all day on waste because there's more work to be done. But I was part of that conversation with Chris Hyde of the MECP, and I will tell you, I found that discussion depressing because he was being more, how should I put it? The province is part of our problem as well as the district, and I didn't think the province was going to be a significant part of our problem, but he says, yes, going forward, they don't want any waste collection site that is not staffed. And that's a significant change from what I'd heard before, because right now we know we have waste depot sites that are licensed that do not have staff. He said, no, going down the road, that's not where they want to go. He also said that based on not only all the costs involved, but the associated liability, he can't understand why any marina would want to be into the public waste collection business. Now, where we do have strong disagreement is, well, why can one marina have private bins just because they have yachts parked at their docks, and another marina not have private bins because they have commuter boats at their docks? And that's a whole huge provincial political challenge. And so anyway, having said all that, there's no question in my mind we have to be do a lot more work on this. And I think Councillor Bianco is quite correct in that different parts of our township have different challenges. And that was one of the challenges of our waste management committee, is one size does not fit all when it comes to this township. Different ones have different challenges. Councillor Hazelton, I did see your hand.
Thank you very much, Mayor Coetzee, and I would like to offer that Chris Hyde has offered some interesting comments. I have had the opportunity to speak with them at length about this topic, going way back into the March-April time period. I am very aware of the need for individual marinas to potentially get an MECP certificate. However, Chris Hyde has indicated in my conversation with him that it would be quite easy for the 10 marinas, call it roughly 10 marinas in Honey Harbor, to group together, get one engineering company to come up with a design that would apply to all of them. He even suggested that the design of the Honey Harbor transfer site, which is a licensed transfer site, although it's not manned, is a good example of what could be used as a framework. And then rather than it being perceived as a burden on every individual marina, it actually could be a significant revenue opportunity. And I've already also taken the time to meet with and get the numbers from the company that hauls away all the garbage and waste and recycling. And through that interaction, I have been able to take one marina, for example, and based on their dock population and the number of pickups and the cost of those pickups, this could be roughly a $30,000 profit, bottom line profit per year for that one marina, compared to what, well, not compared to, this is taking away and not doing the services through the district. So it is a very significant opportunity for revenue. I think one of the things that we want to always be thinking about is how do we find ways of supporting the businesses in our community and making them more successful and more productive, and new paths for revenue. So yeah, a $15,000, even if it was in year one, to generate a $30,000 revenue stream every year after that, to me sounds like a pretty reasonable business model. And so I think that we want to be careful not to dismiss the potential burden of the steps that we have to go through. And you have already seen resolutions that I've put forward to start this process of what is it going to take to, from a township standpoint, to change the zoning on a property so it is a capable transfer site. What is the issue with respect to finances, and how do we tax people differently, and how do we go about doing that? So I think that one of my frustrations here is, number one, I can't be part of the committee. That's a committee discussion of who's a member, but my ward has the biggest problem of this in our entire township. I have done an enormous amount of work to try to figure out what paths are possible going forward. And so, you know, when it comes to the Waste Management Committee, I agree with the comments already that, you know, we need to either disband it or amend the terms of the committee so that we can find some way to leverage some of the people we have in the community. I'm selfishly focusing really only on the Ward 4 challenges, but I would see a Waste Management Committee could bring value in bringing together these other areas of need, you know, including Go Home Lake and 6 Mile and some of the other areas where they may have similar issues that could be solved in a similar way. But I think we need to continue to basically push the pedal on this, because if we dilly-dally and waste time, we'll run out of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just I guess a point of order here. I'm going to ask our clerk, Karen Way. We've got a lot of storms going through here right now, and I'm losing my video, and if I shut my video off, I can hear the meeting. So when it comes to voting, I may not be here on video to put my hand up. I'm just wondering if I could either verbally say yay or nay, or use one of the reactions like the clapping or the thumbs up.
Our procedural bylaw says a show of hands, technically, for voting. So technically we would need to see you raise your hand. I didn't know if you could turn it on just for that vote when we call the vote. Alternatively, you can raise your hand electronically.
I'll do my best to be here on video.
Okay.
But if not, I'm going to say yay or nay and put the animated hand up or whatever.
Let's hope nothing comes to one vote.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I have no questions on this topic, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'll be very brief, and thank you for acknowledging my question. Well, it's not a question really. I just wanted to say a couple of things that while it may be somewhat of a Honey Harbor issue, there are unmanaged bin sites throughout our township, which you're going to have to deal with. And so it's not just a Honey Harbor issue, in my view. So we need to be mindful of that. And the other thing is the term manned versus supervised. So if we have a site that's manned, like on Highway 400 and South Bay Road, that's staff from the township or staff from the district. And then we have in our marinas in Honey Harbor, for example, they are supervised. They're supervised by staff at those marinas. So that may be a solution in terms of oversight that I think some of that's been discussed with Chris Hyde, but it's another thing we have to explore in our discussions around this issue. So sorry to take any extra time, but I thought it was important to point out the manning versus the supervision. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm finding myself in agreement with the concept that we need to narrow down the terms of focus for the committee, but maintain the committee. I think the committee is good from the standpoint that it gives us a good public presence and can record what many people's concerns or ideas are for dealing with this. So I think do something with the terms of reference, but keep the committee in place. I would be happy with that. This is an extremely serious issue. Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hazelton talked about different, whether it's a whole area or Honey Harbor. I can speak obviously that if it affects Honey Harbor, it's going to affect my ward big time. So we are all very, very seriously affected by this. And I think having a public face on it, or a more public face on it, is very important.
Councillor Douglas.
I'd be in favor of tightening up the terms of reference, because I think having watched one of these committee meetings in terms of the garbage, it was I felt it was very scattered and it was just spinning its wheels. So I think in tightening up the terms of reference, maybe it can be very specific what the questions are and what they're trying to get into place, because at the end of the last meeting that I watched, it was just a lot of dialogue and not really any direction going forward. So I would be in favor of keeping that committee. And again, we're going to talk about the composition of these committees, I think, in a later discussion, but tightening up the term of reference, I think, is really important for us.
All right. So I have two choices in resolutions. I'm going to read the one that I think will curry the most favor, and we'll see how it goes. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to amend the terms of reference for the Waste Management Committee to reduce the number of members and or make the mandate more specific so the meetings are more focused. And I think staff can take as direction that the latter is where we have most of our discussion. Councillor Wienko.
Well, just to repeat myself, I think it's a marina issue. And there are 16 marinas that have bin sites, say 9 are in Honey Harbor and the other 6 are spread across inland. And I think there's 2 more on Georgian Bay and so on. So it really comes down to a marina issue for those 16 marinas. And again, if we're going to be putting these waste depots at every marina, it's going to be very expensive, but I'm not just too sure all 16 want this to happen. And if you only have 1 or 2 marinas in Honey Harbor, then you still have to have another waste depot someplace else for the other marinas to use. So it's really coming down to the marinas, and I think that's what we got to narrow in on. If out of the 16, who wants to get involved in this and who doesn't want to get involved in it? And that's what it comes down to, in my opinion.
Definitely more further discussion required. All those in favor of tightening up the terms of reference? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to advise council that with the previous report that I had, so I'll bring them all back together, clearly.
Yeah, I think, because yeah, they are related. Now only partially related to all this, item M, and we're going to the clerk's report 2020-28, the 2021 meeting calendar. And I think you got 12 colorful pages in your agenda package.
I do. I like things color coded. So this lays out, it doesn't contain any of the committee meetings, and that was because right now we're under a declaration of emergencies. So right now committee meetings can only be called as a call of mayor or the chair. And really the basis, they kind of are worked around staff need for agenda and that kind of thing. So we figured we could call them as required. But this is the basis of the Planning Council, and Committee of Adjustment, and of course COW as required, but just kind of when that will be. It's part of our procedural bylaw. Council approves the calendar each year. So
My only concern, and as demonstrated by today, I don't like the idea of 1 day reserved for Planning Council and 1 day reserved for Council and COW, because I think our length of our agendas can vary. And I'd be in favor of saying council starts Monday morning at 9 in whatever form and ends when we're done with the 3 of those meetings, whether they exist and how long they are.
So just
and that may mess up your color coding.
It will mess up my color coding, but basically then just having 2 days designated for council meetings, however that may fall.
That would be my preference. I don't know how the rest of council feels. Because, you know, and just as an example, today, if we were only doing Planning Council, we would have left at 9:45. Yeah, especially, you know, if we're actually getting to meet in person, and if we're going to drive together for a meeting, let's make the meeting worth driving to. I'm dreaming, I know, ahead of, but okay. Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, I just like to say I certainly support that sort of consolidation, although I think we have to remember the public will be, and certain organizations will want to come forward and make presentations, etc. So we need to figure out a way to work around that so it's not sort of last minute. And I guess what I also get concerned about what happened today, and no criticism here, but simply that it would be terribly confusing for the public to follow what's been going on in these 2 days. It's very efficient for us, but we have to remember that we are here also in front of our constituents. So that's my only other comment. Thank you.
And what I have here is, be it resolved that moved by Councilor Yanko, seconded by Councilor Bocheck, be it resolved that council adopts the 2021 meeting calendar as, shall I say amended or presented? What would you prefer?
I would
as amended?
amended.
As amended. All those in favor? All right, well, Mondays and Tuesdays, we're meeting the second week of the month in most cases. And the next item is where Councilor Bocheck declared a conflict, and that's the lease of the Honey Harbor Park Landing building.
So this would be a good time to turn off your video. We don't care about connectivity for the next little bit.
Okay, and this is again the clerk's report.
Sorry, trying to make sure I get all my notes. So as you're all aware, the Honey Harbor Park Landing building is leased out by Remax Baywatch, and it has been for multiple years now. The agreement is up for renewal, and there's been a few items that have been requested to be amended within that contract. So we're coming back after discussing with the leasees. Mr. Sokash and I have both met with them. Mr. Sokash, being in charge of operations, has a great deal of interaction with this property couple of things that were raised as concerns was the front lawn is often maintained to that standard of a public park and not necessarily that of a commercial property that their clientele would come to expect when coming up to their type of business. So they're requesting that they take this over and be responsible just for that front lawn portion. And I believe that's in agreement with operations as well. They're asking for a price freeze for the next 2 years. Part of the reason for that is the fact that there isn't potable water and some of the improvements that have had to taken place. They have been taking on some of the lawn maintenance. I believe there was sod repair that was done and having to replace some of the heating and cooling due to electrical issues is my understanding. I am not a facilities person, so Brad, I'm sure can speak to these in a bit more detail than I can. But the leasing is available to speak to council if council wishes to permit them.
Mr. Stokash, do you want to add anything to this conversation?
Through the mayor, not, excuse me, not at this time. Thank you.
Well, that didn't add too much. Councillor Cooper.
So, you know, if there's a request for a freeze, I could see it for a year. I guess I might suggest that not for 2 years. Brad, do we own any land around this building or just other than the lawn at the front? Your sound isn't on.
Apologize for that. We own the parking lot as well as the grassed area between the parking lot and the water. The water frontage we own is as well as where the docks connect.
Well, that's fine. I wanted to also say that if we lock ourselves in too long, we're going to be at some point perhaps looking for a site in Honey Harbor for bin sites because what we have is insufficient. And I think we need to have a fair bit of flexibility. That would be my one comment. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
I'd like to hear from the leasee if the council would agree to allow them to speak. There's probably some things in there that we should know as to why they're asking for a freeze on the amount of money. I personally would like to hear from them to hear what their explanation is on that.
Your worship, you're muted, but you do have a resolution on page 25 if council wishes to pass that motion.
Okay. It reads, be it resolved the council waive the rules of procedure to permit a member of the public to speak and address members of council as part of staff reports for Anne Marie and Armand Gregaitis during item 9N, lease of Honey Harbor Park Landing. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got enough people here. Okay, we'll do that. Okay. You want moved by Douglas, seconded by Jarvis? Is that what, okay. And the other thing, I'm just going to make a comment before we get the conversation going. If I understood the report correctly, we're talking about a $2,500 in total lease costs, or this discussion's around $2,500.
At the current increasing rate, yes.
Just to get a context.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That does not look like Anne Marie that we see there. You are muted. One of those, there you go.
Can you hear me now? Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just wanted to give you a little bit of history on our lease there. We've been tenants since 1996, so 24 years, didn't miss a payment. Since that time, we've never had potable water. The water has bacterial treatment in the basement near the library, or the old library, but it's so salty and full of iron that's impossible to use it in coffee or to drink. So we've been buying our own bottled water since 1996. We've also, in times when the lawn maintenance on top of the septic system in the front yard wasn't properly done, we've hired people to do that. Last year, the lawn was just non-existent. It was left go so badly that it was just a bunch of weeds. So we actually got permission to, we rototilled the whole thing and put topsoil and brand new sod down, which cost us almost $3,000 by the time it was done. And and since also 1996, in the absence of kind of any public information center or visitor information, we've been doubling as the visitor information center for Honey Harbor. A lot of people come into the real estate office because they don't know where to go or how to find the day tripper at the park and things like that. So I think we've been good corporate citizens, and with COVID hitting, everybody's down to the crunch. We've had to spend a lot of money to be able to keep our office open and keep our staff safe. We've spent a lot of money on COVID prevention and so forth. So we really feel that we would like to have a freeze at this point, and have agreed when we met with Brad to take over the lawn maintenance in the front yard only, of course. The rest of the property is used very much as a waterfront park. As the name suggests, it's called a park landing. And of course, all the boat access cottagers are using that facility on a regular basis to gain access to the downtown core of Honey Harbor. So those are all, I think, pretty good reasons why we should have a bit of a price freeze. And, we're happy to continue in that capacity. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll answer any questions if there are some.
Thank you. Councillors. Okay, Councillor Rienko.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the 2 years freeze on the rent. Armin's done some improvements to the property at no cost to the township. So, he doesn't have to do that without charging us. So, we've probably saved money by him doing the work and not charging us. So I think we can give him a break for a couple of years, and you say it's only 2,500 or something like that. So it's not a big deal, but I'm sure if there's going to be some minor work that's going to have to take place over the next couple of years, I'm sure Armin's going to go ahead and do it anyway and not necessarily charge us. So I'm okay with that as long as we have a gentleman's agreement that he looks after his own property and so on and so on. So I have no problem with it.
Okay. I don't see other hands. I'm going to read the resolution and then I'll take one more chance to see if there's any hands raised. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council authorize the mayor and clerk to renew the lease agreement for Unit 1 of 2587 Honey Harbor Road, or Honey Harbor Park Landing, with the following amendments. Inclusion of a non-compete clause. Leasee will be responsible for front lawn maintenance. Permit the operation of real estate office and construction office. Authorize 4 designated parking spaces. Monthly rental fee of $2,321.28 plus applicable taxes for a period of 2 years, with an increase of 3% annually thereafter. And the only blank I have here is years for the term of the lease. And so we haven't discussed whether this is a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year lease. Councillor Douglas.
Perhaps we can ask the leasee what they're looking for a lease. I'm surprised that's up in the air. Armin, can we ask Armin if he has some sort of an idea of how long he would like to have the lease for?
Mr. Grigaitis.
Yes. Thank you for the question. And we wish to have the price freeze for a period of 2 years. So I guess 2 years would be our preference, with an option to renew, in advance of the expiry of that 2-year period.
Councillor Douglas. Followed by Councilor Jarvis.
Just to, maybe I can get you to expand on that, Armin. Are you looking to renew, an option to renew with no, leave it open-ended, or are you looking for an option to renew for a minimum of 2 more years after that, or would you just like to leave it open-ended? Just so we have an idea of what you're looking for.
I think if we could get the 2-year guarantee and then an option of 1-year renewal terms thereafter, and see what the economy brings and or hopefully our good health brings.
Okay, Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, a question for Armin. I presume, actually, I don't know, where is your construction office currently?
It's been there for many years. When we first took over the property in 1996, we were just leasing 90% of the space that was available. That was a prior real estate office with Royal LePage. And when we took over in 96, Cass Bell, who many of you would remember, had a law office in the corner office. And at one point, Cass decided to retire and move into his home office. And at that point, we leased, A&A Services leased that space from Cass as a subletter originally, and then we started dealing directly with the municipality. So essentially, it's both companies have been there for many years.
And I was just wondering if the signage would be changed, but it doesn't sound like much is going to happen in that regard. I have no issue with this 2-year proposal. I think that if land's going to be needed sometime down the road, it's probably going to be 2 years before we see anything happening there anyway. So I'm happy with the proposal as it currently stands.
Thank you. If I may, I know Councillor Cooper mentioned before about a bin site, and I know 1 day per year there is kind of a waste management marshalling station there for large object pickup and so forth for many of the islanders. And I think that's a very useful use of the property for 1 day a year, but I'm not sure we want to take our beautiful park landing and turn it into a permanent waste management site.
We might have a challenge getting approval being so close to the water as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comments.
Councilor Rienko.
Well, since it's mentioned in the report, do we have any leads for rentals on unit number 2, I believe, downstairs? Is there any leads on that?
Not at this time, no.
So it's out there being advertised?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
That's not necessarily my realm. Sorry.
Mr. Sokash?
Through the mayor, Mayor, I believe that Ms. Snyder is working on a group that's interested in it.
Thank you, Brad.
Mr. Gregaitis?
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, I think there was some discussion about Parks Canada perhaps going in there with a visitor information center, which is sorely needed because at the moment there are many visitors to the area who don't know how to find the day tripper, even though it's just around the corner from where we are. But in the event that that doesn't come to fruition, we would, since we're a real estate office, I think we'd be happy to help find a tenant if that's something that's of interest.
Appreciate your offer. Council, shall I read the motion again? Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council authorize the mayor and clerk to renew the lease agreement for Unit 1 of 2587 Honey Harbor Road, or the Honey Harbor Park Landing, with the following amendments: inclusion of a non-compete clause. Leslie will be responsible for front lawn maintenance, permit the operation of real estate office and construction office, authorize 4 designated parking spaces, monthly rental fee of $2,321.28 plus applicable taxes for a period of 2 years with an increase of 3% annually thereafter, for a 2-year term of lease with a 1-year renewals thereafter. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for dropping by.
Mayor Kutsir, could I just make a quick comment?
You may.
So this is kind of out of sequence a little bit, but since we're talking about that particular property, one of the things that we may want to consider if the water testing people, Mary Muter and Dr. Pacho Fraser, that we've had last year or this past year are interested, they do need a location to be able to do the work on their water samples. And the meeting room on the ground floor, or the basement, whatever you want to call it, not unit 1, but unit 2, the meeting room would be ideal from a size and accessibility standpoint for them to do that work, assuming we want them to continue that in the next year. So just since we were focusing on that facility, I wanted to bring up that that meeting room would be an ideal use for that water testing activity and make it much easier for them to provide that service to us.
I'm sure staff have now noted that. Miss CAO Gunby.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering the status of the remainder of the day. Are you going to keep going, or do you want to have more than just delegations tomorrow?
I would like to keep going for a little bit longer. Are you looking out the window and seeing the snow and getting nervous?
Well, I'm looking out the window and I'm also, looking at my work that I had arranged to do this afternoon, which now I'm not. So.
Yeah, but then you'll have tomorrow afternoon.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, perfect.
I would like to move on to new business. Does anybody need a break before we move to new business? Councillor Cooper.
I don't need a break. The only thing I would ask is that I'd like to deal with new business. I'd prefer to deal with the operating budget tomorrow after the delegations, only in that there may be some slight nuances and changes based on the delegation we're going to be getting from Dr. Pacho Fraser. So that's the only question or suggestion that I have. Thank you.
All right. May I suggest that we do new business and closed session today, and then we'll leave bylaws for tomorrow and delegations, obviously. Okay, let's see how far we get. You never know. Sometimes we get into a topic that takes a lot of time. New business, 10A, accelerate path to CRM. Councillor Hazelton, I believe that is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsir. I just wanted to start off by saying that to a large degree, this is a little bit redundant given the conversations we already had about the modernization topic that took place. But the real intent here that I'm trying to get to is that in addition to deploying new technologies, which Julie gave us a really good overview of, I think that we want to continue to raise and increase the focus on this. Well, I'll just throw the label, the CRM label, and it's not just about providing services like the modernization process. It's not just about providing services that make it more efficient for the township staff to do their job. It's about finding ways to be more effective, more responsive to our customers. And so one of the things, for example, that I've highlighted in the report here is that, if you can't, you can't manage what you don't capture and track. And so the good news is we might start to get to the capturing and tracking capabilities with these new modernization features. But I think what's perhaps equally important is the process of managing it. And when I say manage, it's not just about staff doing their job. I hope that staff and council can be seen somewhat as a partnership. And if there are things going on in my ward or the township at large that I'm not aware of because the data and the stats aren't there, then that kind of potentially makes me blindsided to what's going on. But let me kind of frame it a little bit differently. Today, I have lots of residents that reach out to me and make comments to me. Some of them want to be anonymous, others don't. But I get visibility into what is going on because there's a direct path from resident to councillor and then to staff at the township. Once we get these automated systems in place, that path potentially disappears. In other words, the resident can go directly to the online service at the township and lose, the councillor then loses the opportunity to get visibility into the things that are going on in their ward or in the township at large. They lose the opportunity to understand what are really bothering people and things like that. And I guess what I'm looking for here is just an encouragement from council to encourage staff to kind of raise this priority of, again, call it a CRM system, raise this priority so that there is value to us as councillors from these new systems that are being deployed, where we can benefit from getting more engaged with our residents in our wards and truly be on top of the issues that are coming forward and not lose out on that. And that's really one of the key deliverables of a CRM system. And to, as I say, to some degree, this is a little bit redundant in that we've just heard about this modernization process where we're heading aggressively in the right direction. But I think it's valuable for council to continue to encourage staff to continue down this path aggressively and not sit back and kind of make it the long game. This should be the short game. Thank you.
All right, the resolution reads very simply, be it resolved that council directs staff to raise the priority of implementing a CRM system for the township. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, his thumb is up, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Cooper. Yeah, well, you had your thumb up, Councillor Cooper, so then I saw Rienko with his hand up. So you're second now. Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I highly support this recommendation that we have some kind of tracking system. I think we used to have it years ago. I don't know if it still exists or not, but we used to have some kind of tracking system. And because we all send in emails or requests for things to be done, and it goes into a black hole, and there's no way for us to track it without bothering somebody to get an update on it. And quite often you have to write 3 or 4 emails before you get an update. So if we had a tracking system that was available to councillors to take a look at every so often to see how their issues are going, that would be my preference. I don't know about even the public even getting to see it or not, but at least somewhere that councillors can go into a database and say, oh yes, they're still working on that issue, and here's what they've done recently and so on. That's what I would want to see. And I don't know what other people want, but I want something that I can actually review on a weekly basis and see how things are progressing on my issues or other people's issues too, at that matter.
Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I completely and totally support this. I think CRM systems are critical to us. And I would like to add that, there's been some comments made today about not some of our constituents being unhappy with the response they're getting from the planning department, for example, and that sort of thing. And having a CRM system helps overcome some of these issues by just communicating and knowing where you stand and having somebody like a counselor help out, or the staff being aware, oh gosh, because of a CRM system, they're seeing that the problem's been there for 4 weeks and I haven't responded at all. I'm not saying that staff don't try and respond, but if you have a tracking system, it sort of nudges you a bit, shall we say. So I'm in full support of something like this. So thank you.
All right. All those in favor? And I'm going to presume that, okay, it's now unanimous. And as soon as I learn to pronounce the word, we'll be fine. Councillor Hazelton, 10B is yours. Support for LSRCA's Letter Re Provincial Bill 229. Probably more specifically Schedule 6 of that bill.
Yeah, so I think we've all received several points of communication on this. All I wanted to do here was get it on the agenda so we could support it. I think it's critical given that the waters coming in to our watershed are all being managed by these conservation authorities. Sadly, we don't have a conservation authority helping us do the right thing environmentally, but this kind of seems to be, in my opinion, motherhood and apple pie. It just makes sense, and we've been asked by several organizations to support and endorse this. So that's why I brought it forward. Thank you.
It's my understanding that this bill actually passed a couple of days ago, including Schedule 6. So I don't know if we have to modify any of the wording, even though I would argue it's still important that we impress upon our provincial government our ongoing concern on this matter. Anybody else wish to comment? Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Bianco.
I'm in agreement with both the mayor and Councillor Hazelton. We should be moving ahead with this. Yeah, the wording may need to be changed because yes, that was passed, that bill, which is very, very disturbing in its own right. I'm sorry to see that has happened, but I think we should be lending our support. I really, and I gather Councillor Bianco's after me, I really would like to know if the SSEA is planning on weighing in on this or if they have weighed in on this. But yeah, I would support sending that letter off.
Thank you. Councillor Bianco.
Yeah, I don't know if the SSEA weighed into it. With my involvement in SSEA, well, my understanding is that these conservation authorities are very expensive. They're very top heavy in bureaucracy and so on. And that's why probably this bill came through, to try to maybe control some of the funding that goes to these people. For example, I think Tay and Tiny, they pay 2 or 3 times more to these conservation authorities than they do SSEA. And they have to pay for the conservation authorities. They have no choice. And their costs have been going up quite a bit. So I think this is where the government is trying to step in and try to reduce some of these increasing costs to these conservation authorities. But I agree, though, we need to keep these conservation authorities going. But I'm surprised looking at the list of people who have supported them. I don't see anybody else from the SSEA area, like in Simcoe County, that's actually listed as supporting them. So I don't know why. Maybe Councillor Hazelton might know if any of the ones like Tay or Seven or Tiny or Medante or any of the other ones have supported this resolution.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's the most practical at this point, because we have general support. And I know that there was 2 resolutions put in front of us. I wonder if we can support these resolutions, let me call it in principle, and ask staff to assist us in rewording them a little in regard to the fact that these bills have passed, but our concern is certainly not passed, if I can put it that way. Or if you just want to do them as is and trust as a direction to staff that the correspondence prepared reflects the fact that these bills have already passed. Councillor Hazelton?
Yeah, my intention was not to have 2 resolutions. My intention was to have one resolution that we support the resolutions that have been passed, and the wording of those other resolutions is what resolution 2 is. So I didn't see any need for us to necessarily vote on that specifically, but if we just isolated things down to resolution 1, the resolution 2 was there for reference purposes, so people had in what I thought was going to be part of the report, the resolution that had been passed by all these other people.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So the first resolution moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Rianko. Be it resolved that council supports the resolutions passed by the townships of Essa, Shelburne, and Quinte West, the city of Hamilton, and the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority by passing the same resolution, and that council's resolution of support be distributed to the Premier of Ontario, Minister of Finance, Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, and Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the townships of Essa, Shelburne, Quinte West, City of Hamilton, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation, and GBA, and I would argue neighboring municipalities. And if we pass that, staff, I presume we can work with that. Okay. And then after I scribble, all those in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I make 7. And I think that's unanimous, is it not? Because I think this is a real concern of the authority that the province has taken upon themselves. Whether or not they exercise it, they now have the ability to stomp on all these conservation rights. Councilor Jarvis.
I'd like to further comment that costs have probably gone up to local municipalities because the provincial government has been withdrawing funding over the last few years. So I think somebody's got to make up the difference, and that's where that additional cost has come from. Yeah. The provincial government has shown a total dislike for these any other authoritative body, it seems to me. But anyway, I'm pretty sure that's the reason for costs going up for the other townships.
Thank you. And our final new business item, District of Muskoka correspondent. Can we have a bio break? Sorry?
Is it possible to have a bio break? Is it possible to have a bio break? It's 2:30.
Okay, how about we get together in 10 minutes or so, and we'll do the final new business and closed session, and then we'll go home.
Go home. I already am home.
All right, so we'll see you all in about 10 minutes. Okay, looks like most of you are returning. CO Gunby, are you there just to show your back, or did you want to speak?
Well, I'm up.
That's true.
Mm.
So I guess it's both. Well, let's do it.
Okay. So the item 10C from the district is an email from Fred Yon, who has asked us to choose one out of two options when it comes to decreasing their budget for waste in Georgian Bay Township. So I received this last Monday and was asked for an answer last Friday, but I was not in any, I can't make this decision without council, because council is the one who approves the dates for the large item pickup in the first place. And that's one of the options. So the email on your agenda states that they are suggesting that council either considers canceling the 5 scheduled large item event days in 2021 for a savings of $40,400, or we discontinue the practice of waiving tipping fees for bulky items at transfer stations. That budget has assumed that $35,000 would be waived next year, but as of October 31st, 2020, a total of $48,000 has been waived. They outline that they know that reducing any sort of services when it comes to anything the district provides, especially waste at this time, is not really a fun topic and it's not really popular, but they've asked us to choose one of the two. They have stated that this year they were not able to do the large item pickup because of COVID and the arrangements and the safety of all the people involved. And they state that it's highly unlikely they would even be able to organize it for next summer anyways. So that is the discussion in front of you this afternoon.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Wienko.
Thank you, Jessica. And just to be, I'm trying to sort of understand this letter. So it's saying basically we're going to have a 7.8% increase if we do one of these two things or not. I'm sorry, I'm just missing something here.
So it states that they wanted to set it below the guideline of 7%, but the result is 7.8. However, if we choose one of those things, it would likely go down to 7.
Okay, so then just if I could finish on that point, Mayor.
Please.
Since we missed 2020 large garbage, we're now talking about another year, and there's going to be some challenges in certain communities. And I do get that there's some vagaries around COVID, but you know, typically these large barge item issues are dealt with in July and August, so that's pretty far into 2021. I'd like to know, maybe we could select 2 or 3 of the 5 locations, those that haven't had services for some time might make some sense, as opposed to all of them. I don't know. That's just one suggestion. And as far as the tipping is concerned, is it a all or nothing? In other words, 35,000 would. Okay, so it's really a savings of 48,000 for the tipping, and this is at our transfer station. Is that correct?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Oh my God, I've never done that before. I'm sorry.
Well, it's the first time for everything.
They state that
you're perfect, Jessica.
I know. Thank you very much. My mom says so too. They state that because we do the waiving, a total of $48,000 this year has already been waived. So they say if we continue to do that, then they assume that we would be waiving $35,000 next year, as opposed to the current $48,000 we have waived. But I just want to state that if there are any questions that I can't answer, since I am not a district employee, we can definitely defer this until tomorrow, and I can get more information if you have any questions of the district, and I can get that information for you for tomorrow's meeting if you wanted to defer this, unless you were fine with making a decision today.
So, but I'm trying to understand this waiving of tipping fees for bulky items at transfer stations. So, in other words, if I go in with, I don't know, a Chesterfield or something, a sofa, I don't get charged for it, but we could charge for it. Is that correct?
I don't know if they only did the waiving for this year or if they've always done the waiving of the bulky items. So I don't
think
know.
That's a good question, because
Yeah.
the implication clearly is nobody else does this. Maybe Councilor Wienko knows.
We've been doing this for years. We've been waiving the fees for the bulk tipping fee. What happened in the past, and what would happen in the future if we did not waive these tipping fees? Those Chesterfields and refrigerators and stoves and washing machines are all going to end up at their waste depots, and they're going to have to be picked up by the district and taken over to the transfer site, and then we'll get charged for them anyway. So the reason we waived the tipping fees was to avoid all this trash being left at the waste depot. You know, my waste depot is only about 4 or 5 kilometers away. I can drop my fridge there, it's free, and let the district pay for it. Or I can take it to the transfer site like I'm supposed to, and it's free there. So, you know, in talking to residents around here, as we all know, we don't get a lot of money we don't get a lot of benefits for our taxes, but believe it or not, people are willing to pay for proper waste handling. And if we have to waive the fees and do these Georgian Bay pickups, I have no problem with them. I don't know why we have to choose either one of them. I think I want to continue both of them. And people don't mind. People don't mind to pay that extra as long as they get good service. And if they got to go to the dump and pay $15, $20 for a couch, they're going to drop it off at the waste depot sites. I just know it. And we're trying to improve the performance and operations of these waste depot sites, and we're taking a step back. And so I definitely want to continue both these programs.
What I find, though, curious, if I may, is that apparently the other municipalities don't have that problem. They charge that tipping fee. So I think I don't know if that's a reflection on our particular residents. Councilor Douglas, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'm inclined to agree with Councilor Wienko. We do stand out a little bit different than the other townships, I think, in terms of our geographical setup. I think we shouldn't be waiving either one of these. This is something that I think our residents expect. Large object is a big problem every year, and if it's not going to end up sitting in front of a depot site, it's probably going to end up in a ditch or in a lake. So I'm very much in favor of not allowing us, not making any changes to this and paying the extra. And I think our constituents and residents of the township would be in agreement to that. We are going to see things going into the lake. I'm sure of it. I mean, when it comes to moving things, if we can't continue on with large object pickup, I know we did a pass on it this year. People were very tolerant of that, but I think that can be done and achieved in a systematic way. I mean, I've attended each one of those most in the last 10 or 15 years, the large pickups, and it's not like you've got people rushing, 5 and 6 at one time into those bins. They park their boat, and it's done fairly systematically because of the nature of what they're doing. So I think it can be achieved, and I don't think we should be doing away with either one of these personally.
Councilor Jarvis.
Beyond the fact that I resent the fact that we're paying a premium for garbage, and then we got to pay a premium for garbage on top of that, I do agree with both Councilors Wienko and Douglas that I think our residents appreciate the setup the way it is, and I wouldn't want to give it up. I am curious to know how the other municipalities handle large items and whether they do have an issue with stuff getting dumped. It seems to me that when bin sites were not managed on the side of the highway, the bin sites that have been removed over the years, there seem to be a lot of big pieces of garbage around them that the district then had to deal with. I agree. If people don't have a way of efficiently, and that means economically, dispensing with their big ticket items, then they'll find a way to dispense with them. And I don't think that's something we want to have to deal with. So yeah, I find myself in agreement with going with both things. But again, I resent the fact that we're already paying a premium for our garbage pickup.
Okay, Councillor Bocheck.
Thanks, Mayor Coetzee. This dates, I've been here quite a long time, and this dates back to Mayor Kennedy, when Mayor Kennedy was head of council, and we seen exactly what Councillor Wianco's talking about. At that time, we brought the bins in because there really wasn't much in the way of bins. We brought them in, and it was said, if it fits in the bin, put it in the bin. If it doesn't fit in the bin, take it to the transfer site and we won't charge you for it. And that stopped people throwing stuff in ditches and throwing stuff in lakes and everything else because they could get rid of it for free. And through the years, it's proven that system works. We don't find tires and couches and fridges in our ditches. Fortunately, we do see the lazy ones putting them at our transfer stations or at our sites, but for the most part, it ends up at the Baxter transfer station. And I think it's appreciated by our community that, you know, they don't have to pay to dump let me rephrase that. If you take a mattress up to that dump, that mattress is going to cost you $25 and the bed spring is going to cost you $35. That's not included in this. And trust me, because I did it 2 weeks ago and I have the receipts to prove it. So not everything goes in there as an oversized item for free. There's a lot of things that they recycle, fridges, stoves, the metals, all that. There's no charge for any of that because we get paid for recycling it. But be assured, if we start charging for large items at the transfer station, it'll look like it did here in 1995.
Okay. I'm getting a definite sense from this council they don't want to approve either option. So does that mean I read the resolution and let it be defeated or not even bother? CAO Gunby.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to state that I cannot guarantee that they won't take it upon themselves to choose one. So I just wanted to leave that with you. But if we pass no resolution at all, I can simply communicate that we discussed it and no decision was made. Or I do recommend, I'm not sure exactly the resolution in front of you. If you have two, if you have one, then you're supposed to cross one off. But if you just want to defeat it, at least they'll have something tangible that they can use in their discussions.
Well, okay, then I will read the, Councilor Wianco.
Can we prepare a resolution saying we want to keep both?
Well,
I don't think the district should be telling us what they're going to do without our permission. This is pretty important stuff, and I think I would be amiss if they went ahead and made their own choice against our will. So I think we should just pass a resolution supporting these two programs.
Okay, then we have to reword it because of course the resolution is supposed to be in the positive. So we can't, so we should say that council approves the retaining of these services or something to that effect. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, and I'm in support of that. I just wanted to mention to CAO Gunby that one of the things that a suggestion to the district might be that given COVID, as far as the barge large item, maybe they could truncate it a bit in terms of when it happens. In other words, a little bit later, let's say the last week of July and into August, as opposed to starting early July. That way we have just a little bit more time to get COVID behind us, that's all. Minor detail.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council received the correspondence from Fred Yon, Commissioner, Engineering Public Works, District of Muskoka, dated November 30th, 2020, regarding the Georgian Bay Township solid waste levy impacts, and that council approves the retention of the following solid waste services beginning in 2021, bulky item event days, and waiving of tipping fees for bulky items at transfer stations. All those in favor?
Councillor Hazelton has something.
Councillor Hazelton, you weren't voting, were you?
No, I was just wanting to have your resolution reflect what Councillor Cooper said, which was the scheduled bulky items later in the summer. Because if we don't tell them to do it, they're going to.
Okay. All right, so now it reads, and the council approved the retention of following solid waste services beginning in 2021, bulky item event days later in the summer, and waiving of tipping fees for bulky items at transfer stations. All those in favor? Okay, I think now we got thumbs up, so more or less from everybody, and that is carried. Okay, so I propose we see if we can get the closed session stuff done and then call it for a day. And we'll leave for tomorrow the delegations and the two bylaws that were to be considered, the operating budget and the council remuneration. Okay, where am I going here? Okay, so you know the usual routine. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the council of the Township of Georgian Bay deemed it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). A, Planning Council closed meeting minutes of November 9. B, Council closed session minutes of November 10. C, personnel matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality local board. Re, new business planning consultant. And D, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Request for support of legal matter. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves in the closed session council at 2:58 p.m. All those in favor?